Go ahead, MJ, if you have anything, tell us about if you were there yesterday, what you liked, be great, or what you learned. Or Andy or Leslie.
Hey, I was just testing to see if the hand worked and my unmute worked. I wasn't here yesterday, unfortunately. I'm speaking today though, so
you missed good stuff.
I believe it. I'm speaking today, so I just wanted to check and see if this was all a-okay and working, but it seems like it is.
I hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Leslie, were you there yesterday? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, for sure. I was there yesterday. So I loved the videos. I loved the previs, all the stuff on previs. I was really, really appreciated all of it. It was really great. So I was there as an observer for the first round in Ontario, just sort of observing the process with the directors who participated in that. And it was great. And then I went to the showcase. So it was like, yeah, awesome. I'm really excited. It's amazing.
What did you learn when you were observing on the set, or what kind of blew your mind?
Just how it was so well organized. I was really blown away by the organization, by the brain bar or whatever you call it, how everything was right there. It was immediate. It was set up. How just like the what do you call it? The lights and not the screens. What do you call it? Oh my God.
Volume, yeah.
Yeah. Just the whole thing, it was amazing. And then seeing the final product. And the one thing in particular, there was a girl who jumped off a cliff. And I thought, well, how is this going to look when we actually, see the final product? And I was like, yeah, it looked amazing. It looked like she jumped off a castle wall. Like it was just really, really great.
Awesome.
Possibilities, endless. Yeah.
Well, thank you for those insights. That's really helpful. Yeah. So what Leslie's talking about is we do in-person workshops where we shoot on the virtual wall, and we shoot 8 films in 2 days across the country, and we have people observe, and then we show the films, which we just did a month ago. Arwen, were you there yesterday? Do you have any thoughts about what we did yesterday? Nope. All good. Anyone who's still joining, we're just letting the room fill in, but we've got about 130 people in the room, and we'll just start. We can probably start pretty soon here. Let me just send you guys back into the attendees room. So we're going to jump off first with Tristan Dubois, who's the rep for all the directors in Quebec at the DGC. So take it away, Tristan.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. My name is Tristan Dubois. I'm a filmmaker and the Quebec directors representative at the DGC. I'll be quick. We have a lot to cover today. I would like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional Indigenous lands that we all live and gather on today. All this meeting is online, and our event takes place at many locations across Canada. We each still enjoy the pleasure of living within an Indigenous territory. We are grateful to the Indigenous peoples who have cared for this land and waters for thousands of years. I'm thrilled to be with you this weekend, exploring this incredibly relevant technology, and thrilled the DGC has taken such a lead on bringing the industry together across Canada. If you think yesterday was crazy, wait for today. Thank you so much, and looking forward for the rest of the sessions.
Awesome. Merci, Tristan. So great to see you again, and we're super excited to be doing an in-person event in Montreal this year. So that's going to be awesome. Great. Well, thank you. We're going to jump into just looking at the events that we'll be doing today. So if Julian, you can put that slide up. Just to give people an overview, we're going to start with a case study of a show called Bucketheads, and learn the detailed ups and downs of them creating this pretty amazing short piece of content that they did. That's basically a fan a fan piece of art made within the Star Wars universe using virtual production to create all the type of environments that they use there. And we'll hear from all the people involved in making that. Case studies are always really great to just hear the actual, like, from the ground experience of what the stuff that went well, the stuff that went wrong, and that'll be really great. Then at 2:15 or 11:15 Pacific, we have Meet the Studios, where we'll be doing sort of a cross-country checkup. We'll be hearing from some of the studios across the country. We couldn't fit them all in, but we'll be getting sort of a sense of each of the different studios, how they differ, what they each have to offer, who the people are there that you can reach out to. So that'll be really good for getting a sense of all the different types of studios that are in Canada. Then at 3:20 and 12:20 in Pacific time, we have best uses of VP, and this will be a panel all about all the different types of ranges of scale, from sort of Mandalorian to car comps to shooting stuff for nonfiction, all the different ways that you can use virtual production. And we'll hear from a bunch of experts sort of explaining those different use cases and how to make each of them work really well. So that'll be really, really helpful. And then our last session of the day is another case study all about car comps, which is basically meaning when you put a car in front of the wall and you've got the world kind of whizzing past and you can see it through the windows and you can see it in the reflections, how to do that really well, and in a lot of ways a lot easier than if you were towing a car down the road, because you can just walk right up to the door and talk to your actors and all that type of stuff. So we'll be doing a whole case study on just car comps at 4:25 Eastern. So that's what we have to look forward to today. A few housekeeping things before we dive in. If you'd like to ask a question, there are two ways that you can do it. The first is by clicking the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. You can type in a question there, and then we can either answer it live on the show, or we can type an answer, and then you can see all the answers that have been had typed answers in the answered section of there. So please put your questions in there at any time, and we'll try and get to them as we can. If a few people want to test that out right now, put in a question, and I'll see if I can my best to answer it the first one I see. The other way of doing it is by raising your hand. There's a raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you do that, then I can click a button, bring you on to the show, just like we were doing a few minutes ago when we heard from Leslie, and you can ask your question live. I'm much more likely to answer your question with the guests if you raise your hand than if you type it, just because it's so great to hear from all the different people that are out there in the room. So that's how you interact with us. An anonymous attendee asked the question, will a recording session be available? You have very good segue powers. That was literally the next thing I was about to say. I'm going to type the answer here. The answer is yes. We are recording this session and yesterday's session, and they will be made available on the DGC's YouTube page, obviously in a non-interactive form later. Much far better to watch today so that you can ask questions and come on the show, and we can see your face and hear from people across the country. So yes, the recording will be available a little bit later. A few last things before we get to our next panel. If you are interested in participating in one of the in-person events that we'll be doing across the country, these basically where we shoot 8 films in 2 days, and we kind of have DGC directors shooting little one-page scenes. There's opportunities to observe. There's opportunities to potentially be on the crew. If you're interested in that, here's a link to a form that you can just put your information into, so that when we're putting those together later this year, we'll have your information. So next, we're going to be playing a little teaser ahead of our panel. The panel that's coming up, remind you, is the Bucketheads panel. And here's a little teaser of what they were able to create. And then we'll come back and start that panel. Let's play the video.
Everything has transpired according to my design.
All right, as you can see, that looks pretty friggin' awesome. So we're going to hear from all the people that made that happen. First, I'm going to introduce a good friend of mine, Tug Phillips. He has written, produced, directed, and edited more than 100 hours of internationally acclaimed broadcast content. He's produced for all sorts of major clients, shot docs, and he's been in docs and protest camps. He's slept in vans and while shooting punk bands. He's done many things, but right now he's also teamed up with William F. White's, and he connects creators, both emerging and seasoned, with William F. White's and helps them navigate the creative landscape. He's a great ally to directors across the country. Great to see you, Tug. How are you?
Zach, I'm good, thank you. I probably would have been a bit more conservative with some of the stuff in my bio if I knew you were gonna.
Right. I loved it.
No,
I didn't know that you slept in vans squatting while shooting punk bands. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time. It wasn't a profitable time, but it was a down time.
No, that's great. So Tug, you're gonna introduce us to the world of Bucketheads. I'll turn it over to you and come back for some Q&A.
Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm really excited to be invited by the DGC to be part of this panel today. I'm Tug Phipps from William F. White, the Emerging Filmmakers Coordinator. And we've been able to put together a really cool panel with this fan fiction project that has really escalated into something pretty special here in Vancouver, where I'm based. I'd like to say hello to everybody who's joining. I see from the chat we're not only across Canada but we're across the world, which is really exciting. So really cool opportunity. There's a number of folks who I'd like to bring to your attention and who are going to be on our panel today. So we have Andy Brown and Marco Bosso from Transmute Pictures, who are the directors, producers, and cinematographers, and I would say sort of lead drivers and creators of Bucketheads in many regards. It's always been their baby. We're also joined by Major, who's an executive producer and the production designer from Major Treason Productions. Alex Bridge, who's the virtual production advisor from Pixamondo. Tom Rolfe, who is the VFX supervisor from Cosa VFX. And that's the little motley crew we've assembled today to join us and talk all things dork when it comes to this little project. I say little project, it has escalated to something rather special for an indie fanfic type program. Andy, do you know off the top of your head the current credit count of people who have been involved and worked on Bucketheads?
Credit, oh geez, it's enormous. We have a massive database of individuals who've helped, and the multitude of credits that most of these people hold, because it's not just one single position most people are doing with the project, but testing their skill sets in different ways. I'm going to say close to, for the overall thing, from the standalone short film up to chapter 3, which we just filmed and are going through post right now, we're probably around 300 credits to 350, somewhere in there, for everyone who's been on board and helped. But this thing typically fluctuates between, I want to say, around 50 crew during down periods of filming prep and post work and stuff, and slower periods, and then ramps up to about 150-ish during principal photography, around there.
Excellent. And this has been a project that, the first film came about in 2018, right? The Bucketheads itself is 2018. That's the date on the project for launch. But when did you start?
Well, I know we filmed a year prior. It was sort of serendipitous that we aired September Long 2018 because we filmed September Long 2017. So it was literally one exact year later that we showcased it. I imagine the prep for the standalone was probably close to a year prior to that itself. So I think 2016 we started conceptualizing, and it was ready to finally show something that we had created by 2018.
And I want to make that clear that we've got the title of this is 5 years in the making of Bucketheads, but considering we're going to be talking so much about the importance of prep, we're really talking about a much longer process than that. Even though Bucketheads, the original short that wasn't using any virtual production technologies. That has been an evolution through this process, and that's what's really interesting about it. So let's start the ball on that one. Let's just go and have a little look at the Bucketheads original. Let's just show a short clip from the 2018 short.
Lead on victory! Coming fire!
Something a bit tinny with the sound on that playback. I'm not sure why that's happening, but maybe if we all mute, I don't know if that's going to be a thing. Anyway, so that was Bucketheads, and then as through moved, it went from the energy and the virality and interest that was created from that short film, which played a multitude of festivals across the world and garnered a lot of interest, that then you started working on Bucketheads, the series. I wonder if you could expand on that.
Yeah, so I mean, originally this was just a kind of a calling card for Marco and myself, and there was such great interest and support for the standalone short film that we really felt we needed to keep going on this thing and keep making interesting Star Wars stories. Around the time that we began delving back into this, The Mandalorian was airing, and this incredibly cutting-edge, interesting technology was being aired called virtual production. And we recognized that this might be an opportunity for us to continue marching forward with our project because of the large nature of the scope of it. Was, definitely a challenge in our minds. How could we move forward with this while keeping it interesting, making it high fidelity, honoring Star Wars in the breadth of the universe that exists there, and having different locations and whatnot with our tiny shoestring budget. And we really felt that if we could get a handle on virtual production, that was going to make all the difference for us. So as you sort of mentioned, prep. It was a lot of prep and understanding and learning and just kind of finding a way to get our fingers into virtual production. And along with that, all the other challenges, there's plenty of traditional filmmaking involved as well, and figuring out all of this kind of stuff. But I guess we really recognized early on that virtual production would have to be a part of this if we wanted to make it the way that we wanted it to be, because of the nature of a very, very small budget, and that this would really allow us to have a better scope represented on screen.
And the first foray into virtual productions was a separate series to Bucketheads, but closely aligned, still Star Wars fanfic, but it's a series called Tales from the 501st, and you made a short film called Checkpoint, if I'm correct, and we have some BTS material from that. I'm going to play that. I'm going to play that BTS, and then I'd like to throw it open to everybody else to talk about their involvement with that and the process that was involved behind that, and also the volume that you were working on. We'll get into some of the technicals on that. So let's just have a look at the behind the scenes of the result. I don't think there's any audio on this, so feel free to expand on what we're seeing.
So as you mentioned, this was kind of our first foray into anything virtual production wise. I mean, this was more video playback on an LED wall, but the beginnings of virtual production, and certainly some of the elements of. It was quite a unique experience because none of us really knew what we were doing beyond tackling this somewhat like poor man's process or front or rear projection. So just kind of using any knowledge we had in those techniques, we came in and this was our first foray working with Alex Bridge, who's on the panel with us today. I think in all of us trying to figure out, Tom Rolfe as well, who's our VFX supervisor, and especially from a virtual a VisFX perspective, trying to understand what was needed to make this work, I think was sort of a challenge in the beginning, even from a sense of what resolution do the plates need to be, how should they be colored, what best practices should we attempt to get the best image through the camera. And yeah, it was a really exciting experience from my perspective, being a cinematographer and a director on the project. I'm sure, Marco, you feel the exact same way. In just dabbling with this new technology and trying to figure out, how it works and what, I guess, in particular works well with it and what doesn't.
Yeah, it was certainly a launchpad for everything that followed. That was where we figured out the technology. First time working with a technology provider. In this case, it was Promosa, who had that wall built and allowed us to use it based on the work they saw us do with a short film. And from there, we just dove into the Unreal powered virtual production once we had the basics figured out of how do you even shoot a screen in the first place.
Yeah, and I guess just for those, I'm sure the vast majority of people watching and listening don't know what Checkpoint was. So there was no Unreal, oh my gosh, environment. Let's try what I'm trying to say here. There was no Unreal environment on Checkpoint at all. It was video plates that we'd shot in, or is it Oregon sand dunes? Marco, correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
Oregon sand dunes, and then projected them like video playback. There was no camera tracking involved, so there wasn't a frustum involved in any way, shape, or form. This was like shooting rear or front projection, with sort of the additional benefits of ambient lighting from the wall itself. This was a 90-degree curved wall, so that was also something to take into account. It was set up as such because of the room that we were shooting in. And I mean, that was a huge part of the process as well, as I'm sure anyone who has shot virtual production or is thinking about, or even been inside of one of the volumes, just considering the working space that you have. The size of the wall versus how much floor space you have to back the camera off, to back your subjects off, to create depth. It was a really interesting experience working in sort of a space that had a bit of a handicap, I guess you'd call it. Not being given free reign over anything that we wanted sort of in our first experience, but really having to set manageable goals, I suppose, and understanding the working space that we were in. It was quite a challenge, but it gave us a lot of good experience. Marcus, I think, set the groundwork for any work we did virtual production wise moving forwards.
So really interesting testing and experimental kind of experience for you. What got easier and better understood when you moved forward from that first shoot?
I think, go ahead, Marco.
I was just going to say a multitude of things in terms of how we understood the process in the first place, but also the technology got a lot more reliable, and I think that's probably something that Alex can also talk a lot about. But especially in the early days, we had a lot of our time was just spent on figuring out how do we get this stable, and how do we get this to work in a production environment where reliability is the most important thing about any technology you employ. And once we had that figured out, we could really focus on what do we need to prep and have ready on the day so that we're not held up during the shooting process.
I think the thing that can assist with that is just knowing what Marco and Andy want to accomplish on the day, and having that list of kind of all of the stuff that they've prepared, and knowing on the tech side what we need to supply. So that wall was kind of a situation where they came into what was already set up, but that's part of the process of knowing like what you need to accomplish with your shots, and then we can custom build or tailor that, the wall to how you need to accomplish that. Again, they mentioned that one had the 90-degree curve, and that was a very tight angle at the time. We were all getting fresh into this and excited, so we ran into some issues there. I believe there were some lines visible. I think they were able to get those cleaned up, but that kind of just goes to show that, in the early phases, a lot of this is just like playing with it and figuring out how the technology works and comes together.
I think it's really interesting that we're referring to this as the early days, the early stages, and it's a matter of a few years ago. The rapidity at which this technology is evolving, changing, developing, and new techniques are forming as we test things and figure things out and do things is really meteoric in many regards. So we'll delve into a little bit later on about some of these technologies and the specifics of everything that's being used. Could you extend a little on some of those other headaches that came along with working on that volume. I remember talking to Andy and Marco about specifically directing actors on that scale of volume, and because of the scale of the volume, you were doing a lot of cheating. And I remember you said to me, it was almost like directing. We had to shoot like it was staging. And we had limitations of where we could move and pin, and so we just had to have actors walk in from the sides and then they just walk out of shot, and it kind of limited what we could do. Do you think now, having done a lot more with VPROD, even if you went back to a similar volume, you would be much more comfortable with taking risks to get different things on that space? Or do you think that volume was what it was?
I think both. I think that volume was what it was, and we stretched the heck out of everything we could do with it, and we did a great job, in my opinion, of how far we could take things. I do think, going back, I'm sure we know a bit more now, especially about utilizing physical subjects or props or set deck to help blend that background environment. And I say even subjects because, as you spoke about, Tug, the blocking sometimes was bananing a character in, so it could look like they came in kind of deep behind someone else, or having them come in through the foreground and walk through frame to the background. Just utilizing people that way in a small space to help further provide some depth to the frame, I think, is maybe where we could take a few more risks now that we really see how the relationship exists there between physical and virtual. But I think we did strip the heck out of that wall in that space, and it was quite a challenge for our first foray into this. But I think that it did give us a really good understanding of what challenges you might face in these scenarios. I think I can't remember exactly if you expressed this or if it was just floating around in my brain, but being that it was a 90-degree curved wall and again quite a small shooting floor, we were sometimes doing a lot of reverse where we would turn the world and show a new plate on the background, and that was quite a challenge in itself as well, keeping all the creatives on the same page, especially because I doubt that we had prepped all the creatives for exactly what this experience would be, as we were all learning what this experience would exactly be. So, I think again, that speaks a little bit to prep, but just making sure that all the creatives are on the same page about what the process is going in, so that when we do have to flip the world and key lights have to flip sides and actors have to change directions and plates have to go on the wall, it's not like one or two people expressing this to everyone, say, okay, now you need to go do this thing and you need to go do this thing, and it's kind of like, we all understand this is the point, we're going to flip the world, let's do the things, let's move on. Because time can get washed away very quickly in a volume. There is so much to adjust and look at and talk about with all the other creatives and technicians involved, that if you're not careful, and that comes again with that thorough prep, you can watch your time slip away very quickly.
And you're totally right. The blocking is limited by the size of your volume. And because you have to adjust your blocking to the space you have available, that changes the entire process of shooting it. Like Andy said, you can't just turn around in the turnaround because there might not be a wall there. So instead, you have to fill with everyone, including the actors, which can be confusing for them as well. So it's just an adjustment on the filmmaking process itself, and it might be brand new for someone who's never done it before.
And I know
totally different too. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, man.
I was just going to say that, like, from that original one that we did, and then to the last two blocks that we've done on the actual virtual production with Unreal Engine, and that completely different as well, because you have the tracking, like you're saying, right? And so even the assets you're talking about, we can put inside of it and move things around. So I think we learned so much from going from one volume to the other with the thing. Art wise, it was a huge difference for us, right? So
I know, two more things I guess I would add. So one, a huge lesson that we learned out of that experience was to err on the side of caution for your focal plane touching the wall. Tom, I know you loved some of the footage we handed you that had some moire patterns baked in.
I was going to say the most work I did on that was fixing the moire patterns. Apart from that, it was kind of pretty easy for me, but yeah, because we got too close to the wall, and I don't know if it was even just that, it was angles too. You just saw like these patterns on the walls we had to fix, seams in the walls, because it's such a small space. But with the bigger volumes, it's we don't have to worry about that now. But yeah, it was just technical things, and that first one was the biggest headache.
That's also one element where the technology just gets better and better. Like I think way back we had panels with a much larger pixel pitch than the panels we used on the newer Buckethead series. Plus they had they just kind of had a poor viewing angles compared to the newer panels we have now. So yeah, that's just an example of how technology gets better and helps the process.
Well, let's take a look at episode 1 of the Buckethead series. Well, this is part 1 of episode 1. That's correct, right? Episode 1 has been divided into 3 chunks.
Yeah, it gets very confusing. I'm so sorry for it. Chapter 1, episode 1. Yep.
Okay. All right. Let's have a look at that and see how this kind of this whole process has evolved. Now, there's not a great deal of virtual production in this one. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. Chapter 2 has a single scene of virtual production. Chapter 3 has 2 scenes of virtual production. Chapter 1, we were figuring all this out and beginning the communications with volumes and whatnot.
Right. Okay. So let's have a quick look at that, and then we're going to into more design elements of virtual buckets.
We copy you, Sapphire.
Right.
So in that particular scene you were using, you had, if I remember correctly, you had some paneling going on above your subject to create those reflections on the helmet.
I was sitting here going, why were we talking about episode 1 again? What the heck did this have to do with virtual production? Right, this is another use case of using the LED panels themselves, but not virtual production. However, you know, as we know, there are many of these companies that sort of do this boutique offering that can build you any kind of a wall section or LED panel section in wherever. It doesn't have to be their studio, it could be your studio or an on-location area, wherever. And that was with a company again called Promosa, was our technology partner at the time. And all we did for any of those shots you saw of the TIE fighter in the interior of the TIE cockpit, or the TIE pilot, pardon me, in the interior of the TIE fighter cockpit. We had, I believe it was 3 openings. There was a roof opening. There was obviously the front area of the TIE fighter open, and then a rear panel section open as well. And we had LED walls built in those areas, and then actually played the playback of the VFX clips you saw in that exact same clip. So that's all it was. It was the same sequence. We're at super indie budget here, and we couldn't afford to build a second sequence. So we built one sequence, and then we just played it off screen to give some of the same lighting effects over TIE pilot. And you know, whether or not they exactly matched that moment, we felt it was just a very interesting, unique look on quite a high vis reflective surface. That's a key element of this. You know, I think it would still look interesting if this were someone with a fabric and skin tone, you know, more exposed. But the fact that they are in a very highly reflective costume really is an area again where those panels excel in the reflections and the light they project. So that's how we sort of tackled the TIE fighters or the TIE pilot in that scene.
And so, you know, practical set with some virtual production or panel volume wall lighting integration on that. So I wonder if we can expand into that. How does production design play such an integral role in making virtual production sell? Let's go to Major, perfect example.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, the more, you know, we did green screen and blue screen and all the things before, and how to sell that was to have some assets in front, right? So, you know, if you're thinking of possibly Mockingjay or something like that, you know, they're walking through, it's a huge blue screen, and then they had all the bombs and people walking in front, and then that's how you can sell it. But you always really saw, if you really know what you're looking for, you get to see, you know, the line of where that is, right? And with the virtual production, the way we can actually put those assets in front. And this is again back to the prep, like back to the prep. And we're going to hear that about 100 times. But when we put the assets there, we can also LiDAR scan them in now. And then we get all of our assets, and I give them to Alex and to Tom. And then when they're building the virtual universe behind us, as a designer, we can actually go, hey, there's a space over there. Can we put another TIE fighter here? Can we put another thing over here? Yeah, like these assets here, that's prior to it being painted, but we, we're making things from there. And then we get them LiDAR'd in like that. And bam, now we actually have virtual set deck, if you will, that we can put in there. And so wherever you're designing, and what you're doing is you're actually selling the fact to the brain that, man, that's right there. I see it over there. So that is no longer a virtual wall. It's no longer a blue screen that they've done on the things. And of course, we're moving forward for virtual production. But we can do that, and I can move it wherever I want instead of having three humans in the real, physical world and a huge warehouse. And we're like, oh man, we got to move that. It's out of the way. So when we move the camera, you can actually just be like, yeah, that has to move now. And then you just cheat it a little bit. And it's just talking to a fellow like Alex and go, hey, can I move that to the left, 10 inches, and bam, it looks better again. And so having them, again, back to the prep, having the time make assets that are going to sell where that is going to. It's as we did, for instance, where we're selling from the floor to the wall, there's a little space. There's always going to be a little space until we can figure out how not to make a little space. And so you have to kind of sell that what's going on. And so, we have a hose coming off of that tank that's going on there that runs across. And now it again blurs the transition from real life to virtual life. And once you start understanding how we're going to do that and how it's going to turn, it actually makes production design so much easier, because you're like, how am I going to, especially on budgets? I mean, listen, we had zero budget for these things, right? Like beg, borrow, and steal. We got the stuff, and and so when you're trying to fill a huge hangar of a space station, like, what we're doing, how are you going to do that? Well, we just make a couple of things and then get them to scan them in, and then we can place them all over again. Instead of, in the foreground, we have two people carrying a de-icer that's going on there, and we made one de-icer that's going on. It looks really cool, lights on it, and bam, now it's scanned in, and you got people in the back actually using it on a TIE fighter, or on, so they can do things. And then you're, again, selling that vision of the director's vision of the thing, of the whole, just the entire production. You're selling it to the eye and to the people sitting at home watching it, or in the theater watching it. 100% believable. You just sit there and you're like, oh yeah, well, man, how did they do that? Because it's a big space.
And so I just wanted to add one little thing there, Tug, just with the idea of using the LED panels in a sort of a different way than either a video playback or a virtual production sense. We had kind of used this a couple of times through Bucketheads. We use it again in episode 2, which I don't believe we have the clips to show today, but we use it again. We take our hero group to an underground location where there's some scrolling adverts. And this was a unique one where we had a load-bearing beam in the location we actually wanted to shoot that we had to get around. So we decided to change the load-bearing beam into a scrolling advert pillar, but we wanted real lighting reflection. We wanted this to feel like it fits the world. And we probably could have done a green screen something, but it felt like so much more of an intensive approach to it versus actually just sticking LED panels. I think we did 4 1x1 LED panels high on 6 different faces to make
6 around.
To make this unique pillar that had these scrolling adverts that were just, again, video playback rolling live. And we tackled this. We use this once more in sort of the same scene to extend, for a very quick moment, extend one sort of hallway in this location we were shooting, where we took some Unreal assets and just rendered out basically a single image from a single perspective. There was no camera tracking or anything again, but it works for a quick moment, you know, to wipe by this versus having to set up a green screen, light the green screen appropriately so it could be keyed out appropriately. You know, instead, and alongside production design here as well, because especially with the alley one, well, really with either one, but with the alley one, we built a little bit of a frame that would fit around the LED panel wall so that it looked like it just blended into these, you know, concrete walls that were running parallel to it, or perpendicular to it rather. You know, so it is something
there, like, to sell.
Well, and
that,
that's what
right?
I'm saying. It covers the seam. Yeah, it was like a little piece of wall that stood proud from the side ones to cover any of the seam.
In that hallway, what we did is there was a beam coming, or like a column on either side. So because there's a building here and a building here, and then I had a pipe come down and there was steam coming out. So we're really selling, you know, and again, that foreground is there. So we're not seeing the panels. We're not seeing that. We did throw a person in front of it too, you know, laying down some garbage and that really sold that this was an extension of their thing. So now we had 2 extra blocks of a 1 block set that was going on there, right? So yeah.
I'd like to I'm gonna play a sequence which takes place in the hangar, in which we can see the utilization of the fuel, not the fuel cube, the big crate that you LiDAR scanned in. And then I'd like to get into some of these technologies that you mentioned and just kind of expand as to what they are and how available they are, and, you know, like LiDAR and things like that. So I'm just going to play these 2 clips. So I have these 2 clips. The first one is, I think it's the raw virtual production footage. And then the second iteration is the same scene, but with some VFX polishing. Now, I don't know how well this is going to look for everybody at home with the zoom compression. So we might lose something. You might not see how much better this all mats in once it's had that VFX treatment, but we'll give it a whirl and then we'll take a look at it shortly. So let's play that. Mute again, so if I want to drive that, we can see the fuel, the dressed fuel cube in the background there.
Yeah, so what you're seeing is this is the unpolished version. There is some flooring down there, but you can see off the flooring. Everything in front of the background wall is physical. There are some physical props there, the fuel cube. There was like a console, I think. And this was a fun little gag because we had to figure out a way to take David Lewis, our orange-haired actor there, out of a door that is fake. It's in the unreal world. It's the LED wall. He obviously can't walk out of the LED wall. And we could have tackled this a couple of different ways. We might have been able to build some sort of small structure to go in front of the wall that had a moving door. That might have been an option. But in the end, what we felt was the most cost-effective manner was just to solve this through blocking. David Lewis is actually just standing behind Shannon, our foreground actress's head there. He's just standing behind her head the entire time. And we just framed it in such a way that you don't see that he's standing there until we feel the motion of the door open and close behind him. And, you know, at which point our camera slides out and we reveal there's David Lewis walking towards us. And it kind of all comes together to express the feeling that he's coming out of that door, but in fact, he's not. And Shannon, the Death Troopers, you see at the end, walk away as well. And they just walk straight up to the LED wall. There's no magic happening there other than they could only walk so far before they bumped the wall and we had to yell cut.
And so this is the clip with a few more edits and a bit more of a polish. So let's take a look.
General on deck.
Leave us.
Captain Soretta.
So menacing. What a menacing man.
Empire really take themselves pretty seriously, don't they? They're not a fun bunch.
They're not a fun. I don't think they've been known to be a fun bunch.
No. Okay, well, I mean, Tom, maybe you could expand on some polishing that you did on that piece.
Well, that one in particular, we just extended the floor out, so it was kind of an easy job for us. But in general, as you know, wanted to talk a bit more about how Major was saying about the production and the pre-prod and things like that, and how it's really it's really helped VFX be part of the process earlier on, whereas sometimes people can kind of see virtual production as a way to kind of not use VFX. Actually, just brings VFX forward in the process and enables us all to be, part of the process, and helps kind of save money and makes things easier. So just having it brought forward in the process and planning things with everyone makes it a lot easier. In that shot, for example, I was there, you can kind of say, well, we can fix that bit, work out shots that we may not use the screen, we may use a green screen because it's a wider shot. So it's just kind of different examples of how we use it. We still use visual effects, but it's a much more efficient way, because we're kind of designing it up front, and we've kind of been involved with the production designer and directors, and it's often, something that's left as an afterthought, and then loads of things kind of come up because of that. So it just really helps everyone by getting involved early by using virtual production. I don't know if there's any other scenes that we can talk about using visual effects apart from that.
Not with the completed visual effects, but definitely with a lot of the involvement of design and how the two kind of would have integrated. So I'm going to share some of these. I'm going to share my screen with some of these production design sketches. And then we have a scene in which those were utilized. So we can see, again, Sean, if you want, Major, sorry, if you want to go further into this this project.
Yeah, so we, all things created equal, we would have money, and we were going to actually build, so these little sections, like option 1 section, and that, we were actually going to build a physical one for those. Time and money didn't, so we ended up making this entire pillar. There's 2 of them. For monuments in there, and then the little deck that's down to the bottom right, that's the part that we physically built, and on one. So it looks a little different like that in the end. These were our concepts going through there. We built that physical part, brought it into the volume, and that's actually pretty close to what it is there, and did that. And then we had these huge columns, and again, for somebody with not much budget, we have, how do you show impression on people of how huge these are? These are thousands of feet tall, right? Because every one of these is a monument to, without spoiling things, a monument to the people who died on Death Star 1 and Death Star 2. And so we have to come up with all the concepts to make and go of all the lights, what we're doing, and talk to it. And then we make some physicals, and then again, we scan them in, virtually do it, and then we can make this huge area into a tiny area for us to do on a video volume, and have motion. We can have them animated. They come, theoretically, this whole platform detaches and flies up and down these volumes, right? And to look at the different things, to find an actor that's or a past relative that died. And it's really cool that we have this physical part. You're seeing through it, your actors are walking on it, you're able to direct and do all things that are there because it's a physical thing. And then all of the other stuff around you is virtual, and it's quite amazing actually to be on set. I was standing there and just looking around going, wow, we're really on, this huge ship with a monument in front of us spinning with all the people's names on it. It was super cool to be a part of, and again, talking to them, and then talking to Tom and talking to Alex and Soma, all the people at Soma, all the times of how we get them, and then getting them in and seeing the process. It really was amazing to see it come to life.
Yeah, it's great. It's great using this process. We were deciding, well, what's virtual, what's real. It was a really good way to decide that. So
I want to just acknowledge that the greatest hero of the Empire is.
You gotta have fun with it always.
Rick Rolled.
We always want to have fun for sure. But again, like what adding to Tom, like coming up with all these ideas to do as a designer, a lot of times we're on tight schedules and doing things, and we kind of are always on a schedule for Bucketheads, but at the same time, we want it to be as good as possible. So if we have to wait another week while we're doing design, right? Because it's page there, and we're coming up with the designs, talking with each other, and then going, how do we make that? Okay, cool. And then coming down to construction. Okay, how do we make that? And how do we do this? And what's going to be physical? And where's the line of the green screen coming down? Or where's the line of the virtual production up here? What's going on? And working together you actually creatively become a tighter team, it seems, because we're all like relying on each other to do this and going, okay, so everybody's, talking with Andy and Marco, what do you want to see? Well, I want to see the actor come over here and I want to see this, and then we have to do a shot over here. It makes everybody tighter for your production, because you're like, you know your shots, you know what's going on, and you have to, because if not, when you get there, as Andy said earlier, if you're there, you're wasting a lot of time trying to figure out your blocking, trying to figure out your stuff. So we've done all of this stuff ahead of time. So you come in, they know how to direct the actors, where to put the cameras, what to do, and then our friends in the back on the computers get to turn everything and go ahead. Go ahead, Andy.
Sorry, that was me awkwardly raising my hand. I don't know if I should do it over the app or not. I want to say, I think this is one of the largest fallacies with how virtual production is viewed right now, that there is a great deal of flexibility in Unreal, but it is not inherently baked in. It is created in by your VisFX team that's creating the levels. And with that need to be a level of communication in prep, right? When you're designing these things, when you're talking about them, when you're figuring them out. And so those images that Tug brought up, us uncovering problems we didn't even know we'd have as problems with that level before we got there on the day. A good example of this is that, as I think it was Major said, we were figuring out what is going to be virtual, what's going to be physical. In doing such, Mark knew that we wanted two large lights on the platform, practicals on the platform of some kind to light up the actors, to have something for interesting lighting effect. And in that came a lot of extra questions like, how does this not hit LED walls? Won't wash out our incredibly dark environment that is black walls with little specular highlight pieces all over? Obviously it would. So, in coming up with this design in a more traditional sense first, before handing it off to Unreal artists to work out, we saved a ton of time, we saved a ton of headache. Everybody had a much more clear vision going in of what the problems were, what needed to be achieved, what the story beats were, the story elements that needed to be seen on screen, needed to be built in design, from a PD's perspective. So I think that's just a big fallacy that people are viewing virtual production with right now, that because of the flexibility that Unreal can have, I think there's a certain amount of believing we can shirk off the prep that we do in a more traditional sense when we're doing studio work and big builds and things like that. The reality is that same amount of prep needs to be put into these things, unless you're willing to blow an immense amount of budget and time, because it's just going to consume a lot of time on the day fixing problems that didn't need to exist in the first place, or having your VisFX people, your VisFX department handle a certain amount of prep work that could easily be done with pen and paper. That's much more cost effective than doing it in a computer program where you're throwing away a ton of stuff.
Yeah, I think what you just mentioned.
I'm just going to have to stop. I'm going to have to move us on because I do want to have to do a that's enough build down there. So, but I'm going to play the sequence from part 3, in which we've seen those design assets that we just had a look at in use. Now this is raw material. This isn't released yet. Yeah, but it'd be interesting to see those assets at play and what's on the camera, and then what's going to need to be tidied up and fixed it in post.
That could be our names up there.
I lost my father after the first attack.
So there we go. Classic Star Wars 10-step fiberglass ladder. No handrails. No handrails though.
No handrails in Star Wars.
No,
so you can see from one shot in there, there's sort of the one high wide 3/4 shot that gives you the largest perspective of environment. That's a reflection of all the spec art that you saw. And again, we were working, in a sort of a medium-sized volume, so there was some hurdles to overcome, or some parameters that we needed to account for. versus, being a very large budget show where you can work inside a volume that is so immense you don't have to care about size and stuff. But that again is a helpful element of doing all the prep and the previs that we did in figuring out how large the volume space is itself. So how big could that platform be that they stand on? How high does it have to be off the ground? How close does that put us to the roof that we need to shoot? So it helps answer a ton of questions like that.
Yeah, we literally were in the volume. We went to the volume as you would a normal location for a location scout, laid some tape down, some measurements, and went like this. And we stood around with Marco and Andy and walked around and how can we shoot this? And so we designed this thing that was twice the size of what had to be in there, but we had to make it on wheels so we could take it apart and then shoot the next part and put it in. So there's definitely planning for your construction. There's definitely plan for how things are. Yes, I see that there's ladder was in the shot for sure. It wasn't when we finished it, but that's actually how they had to get down off of that. We had to get our actors off of the platform so that the camera could still see. So again, in a very small space, we made something huge because we planned it, thought about it. And again, Andy said the exact same thing. Even the height, you're like, oh, well, we'll just make it 4 feet high. But if you're only in a 12-foot volume, now you only have 8 feet, and now you're starting to worry about your hitting your head, right? And doing the things like our lamps, for instance, that are 8 feet tall, would be hitting the ceiling. So there's really quite a bit of forethought and planning of what we're doing so that we can be there and do it, and then make yourself flexible. You have to know how to pivot and how to do these things, and that's what we did. Is like, okay, well, if we take the platform is now floating away because it's going to go up and down theoretically for in our world, it has to disconnect, but we can't have it go forward because it's a physical asset. So the back asset has to move this way, and so you have to figure out how you're going to shoot these, how you're going to do it. And then when we watch them walking in without the ladder, it has to be the other way. And we lined up that platform with the virtual wall so that we can see them walking down the virtual wall, right? So there's again, it's so much in pre-production, but by doing that, it really shortens your post, right? So you're not adding an incredible amount to your budget from my aspect. It's moving it. So instead of it being in post for 6 months, you're in 3 months in post and 3 months in prep doing your stuff to make sure you're doing it right. And then
doesn't get rid of the time. Yeah,
go ahead,
awesome.
Tom.
Yeah. I think I've got a lag. I'm in the UK at the moment, so some lag, I think. Like May just said, basically it doesn't get rid of the VFX, it adds even more pre-production time because you've got to do the VFX at the beginning. So basically you're being more efficient, but you're still spending a lot of time preparing for it. So that's sometimes, you feel like, oh, we don't need the VFX, but it's basically just moving it.
I'd love
and that's
to,
a thing sometimes you don't get time for.
I would love to follow up on that. We have about 10 minutes for questions from the audience, and 2 of the questions are related to what you're talking about, Tom. So I'd love to hear a little bit more specific. If anyone else has questions, please raise your hand or type in Q&A. Ray, I'm probably going to force you onto the stage to ask your question in person because I saw you raise your hand earlier. But Tom, just on what you were saying, the 2 questions about how many of these assets were built from scratch for the show versus, I don't know, because there's a lot of Star Wars stuff out there downloaded or going through other means. And also how long, specifically for those pillars, like how long before were you building, like how long did it take to build them? How long before you building them? Just kind of a timeline of where those assets came from. And in your case, how long was that process?
The biggest thing was the hangar. Hangar Bay was a huge asset, and the things available we could have used, but they weren't to the detail or the kind of construction to what we needed. So we had a couple of people kind of spend a lot of time, literally a year or longer, kind of building an asset very bespokely just for what we needed. So it just took, and then we'd find the area of the hangar we were going to film in, and we kind of up-res that section specifically to be even more detailed. So that was very kind of specifically built. But the pillars were built by Soma. That was a short timeline, so that was literally a couple of months, I think, maybe 2 or 3 months. And then we had
I think about 2 months.
Basically we're going to, for some of the wider shots, we're going to maybe develop them further, maybe add some further detail, because that's the other thing you can do. You can kind of shoot around some of the assets, if you wanted to spend a bit more time on them because they're out of focus, then for the wider shots, we can kind of enhance them in post as well. So it's kind of being able to work around, you know, in one case we had a lot of time to make the asset and we used it, and then in the other case we had a shorter timeline, but then we can kind of maybe help at the other end of the process. But yeah, it was a lot of work.
Just to embellish that really quick, yeah, so the memorial level took probably 2 months of design time from a team called Soma that we're working with, and that is on, again, a beg, borrow, steal budget. You know, if you're paying for these things, it can be done in a faster timeline. Absolutely. If you're not paying for these things, it's done whenever the heck it's done. And that's kind of when it took us to get that done. We didn't
And this
showcase...
is an all volunteer team. That's the main point.
We didn't
Nobody got
showcase...
paid on this.
We didn't showcase the hangar level today much, except for David Lewis walking out from that door. That was a section of it. But the hangar level is probably 4 times as large of an environment. It's massive. And that's the one that we spent about a year working on. And then we up-res certain sections of it that we're shooting at. And that honestly was probably the wrong process to go about this thing. We probably should have separated this into 2 different levels. One to be our sort of a level that gives us our broader shots where we have full VFX render outs and everything looks polished and great. And there's digi-doubles and animatics and all these kinds of things. And then just duplicated sections of that level so that they could be optimized, because you got to remember, Unreal is a live render system. This is not like traditional VFX where you say, I want this rendered out at this frame rate, and it just happens. You just play the level and then you look at a calculator that says it's going at this frame rate because of all the lighting occlusion and the effects and the things that are happening in the level, and it's slowing it down. And the bigger your level, the more of these things happening, the more optimization you have to get it to a certain frame rate so that it looks good. So we probably went slightly about it in the wrong process that way, but I just want to embellish on that a little.
I know that optimization process is really important as well for people. If you're thinking of taking things off the Unreal Marketplace, where there's a whole bunch of different assets and environments and things, it seems like a candy store. You can just download whatever you want and make your movie. There is a step in between there where you need to optimize the environments to run so it'll run at 24 frames a second no matter what happens on stage. Ray has a great question about focus. Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say thank you for you guys for arranging this. It's like mind-blowing stuff over here, and especially in terms of indie shooting and things that you never think of. And great work on Bucketheads. Looks so good. My question was about almost all of the shots that we saw, the walls were out of focus, and I just wanted to ask, in terms of depth of field, do you guys is that a general rule when you're shooting in virtual production that the walls have to be out of focus? Because I noticed that in Mandalorian as well. If that is the case, what are the disadvantages of having everything in focus? Like having the wall in focus, do you see pixels, or what happens? What is the disadvantage of that?
I'm happy to take this question. So you are entirely correct. The reason you see walls almost always be out of focus is because if you actually focus on the walls, you'll start seeing the pixel matrix that makes up the screen, which flickers and just immediately gives away that you're actually looking at the screen instead of a world that's out there. This is an issue across the industry when it comes to virtual production. There are some new emerging technologies that do enable you to focus on the screen. We haven't been able to work with that technology yet, but as technology advances, I'm sure we're going to get closer and closer to that. But for us, we can get fairly close to the screen, but never all the way. And oftentimes a pretty good indicator of whether you're looking at something that was shot virtual production is how out of focus is the background, and is it maybe a little too out of focus to be realistic?
Yeah, and then I would just add onto that, so the defocus on the screen itself is going to be somewhat dependent on the volume operator you're working with. Sometimes they have the capability to translate the focal fall off from your actual lens and your camera into the virtual environment. Sometimes they don't, and you have to sort of hand futz it and just speak with the volume control department and say, hey, this needs to be more out focused because that background is further away, or hey, you know what, now we've turned onto a wall and it's much closer to my camera, so let's actually sharpen this up a bit. But just like Marco said, you'll never be able to hit the screen within that acceptable range of focus unless this new piece of technology sort of comes out and the volume you're working with is using that. So always talking with the volume operators is really, really important for every job because there are slight differences between every volume.
And the volume operator you've been working with has been on the most recent block of shorts has been Showmax, right? At the Peacemaker stage in Vancouver.
Correct. Yeah, the Peacemaker volume, PVS.
Yeah, and they've been incredibly supportive. As
they're all
amazing. Many people and players in the Vancouver indie scene in getting behind this kind of project. I just want to quickly touch on something I found really interesting about this when we talked about it earlier. Your real world spend versus what you estimated if you would actually were tasked kind of commercially, for want of a better word, to make this project. You told me you would probably be budgeting somewhere in the 4 to 6 million per episode range to shoot this, and you achieved this on around about 100,000. It's a remarkable achievement, and it speaks to that indie innovation and pool of people you put together.
I said it to Marco earlier coming into this. At a certain point, I was going to say this now becomes a producing workshop because the only way this happens is by real proper producing, which means you just ask all the questions. That's all it means. You just, when you look at a problem and you say, hey, I don't know how we do this. Well, here's where I'd start. Pick up the phone and you say, hey, there's a problem we have. Could you help us with it? And so many amazing companies, Peacemaker, Raw Camera, William F. White, Promosa, Pacific West, Special Effects, Holly North. I'm missing a million companies here, but that's all we did is we just started calling companies saying, hey, this is who we are. We have a little bit of work to show for us. There it is. Did you like it? Cool. Can you help us? Cool. Then we had a project.
And just to clarify, the 100K number, that is for the 3 chapters that make up episode 1 over the course of 3 years, because that's how long we've been working on just 1 episode. That's just how long it takes if you don't have the money to do it properly, but still want to achieve it at the level that we're going for.
Yeah, well, some of the things that we built, if one quick one, like just for that city block that they were talking about, was 14 weeks of labor to build, taking down from all the things that are donated. And when I say 14 weeks, I mean 14 weeks of like 7-day weeks for some of us, like the main people that were building it, Caleb and myself and things like that, with a plethora of volunteers in and out, coming for 2 days, coming for 5 days, coming for that. Whereas in the real world, and it probably, I think we said it was about 30 grand to do that, and it was $1 million set. So in the real world, you would throw 40 people at it, it would be done in 2 weeks. The paint crew would be 20 people coming, blah blah blah, and it would get it all done. And so this is why it takes us a long time to do, and have a super blast fun time doing it though. So,
and we're grateful for all those amazing volunteers because there's so many. There's so many
volunteers to help. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. This has been a really great, I'm sure everyone really loved seeing, the scale of what you guys are doing visually with the scale of the resources that you have. It's so great to see this compared to when we also did a deep dive into Star Trek last year, and it was, same type of visuals, very different scale of team. But it's awesome to see what you guys are doing and with the help of all the different vendors that are coming forward. Wanted to give you guys all a huge thank you for coming today, especially Tug for helping organize and moderate all this conversation. And we didn't get to all the questions in the Q&A, but we'll try and answer them by text as we go along. If you guys see any in there that you want to quickly answer, go for it.
Awesome.
You can just quickly write in the next minute or so any answers in there, some things about green screen and stuff like that. Thank you guys so much. Next up, we are going to be doing a panel called Meet the Studios. We're going to be meeting several different vendors from across the country, getting a sense of sort of their different setups. We weren't able to fit all the different vendors, including Peacemaker that they were just talking about from Vancouver, or Virtual Production House in Vancouver, or Versatile from Vancouver, or Immersive Room in Toronto. So those are some studios that aren't in our Meet the Studios panel. But we do have Mel's from Montreal, virtual production house in Toronto, Pixamundo and ILM, to talk about their different spaces that they have, give you a sense of the different types of approaches. So look forward to checking that out. But first, we're going to play a quick interstitial of some of the work that some of the vendors have been up to. So let's play those videos. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Those were some clips of the team that put together from Mel's, which is one of the vendors that we have on Meet the Studios. But first, I'm going to introduce our moderator for this panel, who is Stephen Hall. He has a degree in industrial design from Culture University, spent 13 years in the science community as an exhibit designer at the Science Center. And he's an administrator. And then he entered the television production world in the 90s, creating and producing and directing all sorts of stuff, including shows for the CBC. And he's gone on to direct a mix of scripted and unscripted content with over 200 episodic credits, which is extremely impressive, and has written and directed over 350 commercials. His company, Stephen Hall Creative, provides creative services focused on screen-based content. So great to see you, Stephen. How are you doing?
I'm well, Zach. How are you?
Doing well. Excited to have you here.
I'm gonna do a quick before we jump into the panel. I wanted to do just a real quick update on virtual production in Saskatchewan. I'm not sure if people have heard, but I just did want to give a shout out to our virtual production undertaking. So the big one is that we're producing, or we're creating a new LED stage at stage 1 of the John Hopkins Regina Soundstage. That's being built by Volume Global, and it's about the finished stage will be about 80 feet in diameter, about 28 feet high.
Wow.
And the first production going in there is King of Killers. It's an action series directed by James Bamford, and they're in early stages of prep. So lots of great things happening in Saskatchewan. Sunny Saskatchewan. Yes. It's a fun time to be here.
I know, that's so exciting. Everyone at the DGC has been really excited about that project and that stage, and the potential of bringing back, really incredible production to Saskatchewan. It's an awesome example of building infrastructure to then kind of, restart an industry. Is very exciting.
It is.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Stephen. You're going to be introducing a bunch of different of our partners from across the country. So, and I'll join at the end for some Q&A, but take it away.
Excellent. Thanks, Zach. So first off, I'm going to introduce Richard Cormier. Some of you met Richard in the last day. Richard is VP Creative Services and Executive Producer. of virtual production at Mel's studio in Montreal. Richard has been with Mel's since late 2020 and has a long content creation in Canada and the US. Before joining Mel's, he was responsible for global production of content at Moment Factory. And he was gave some very impressive backgrounds yesterday. And here's another one. Hi, Richard.
Hi, everybody. Hi.
And I'd also like to introduce Amir Endala. Amir is the CEO and executive producer for The Other End in Toronto. The Other End is a Toronto-based film production studio that provides creative services and state-of-the-art production technologies to indie producers, agencies, commercial productions, and others. Hi, Amir.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
And next up is Carl Walters. Carl is the head of studio at Pixamondo, where he oversees the day-to-day operations of the studios across North America, alongside managing client relationships, production strategy, and talent development. So lots of hats. Prior to joining Pixar, Carl was an executive producer at ILM, where he headed up virtual production operations and business development for their London studio. And to complete our Meet the Studio panel, we have Sonia Contreras. Some of you might have met Sonia yesterday. Sonia is a virtual production supervisor for Industrial Light and Magic. And prior to her role as VP Soup, Sonia was lead virtual production technical director working on productions on the Brain Bar for productions like Thor, Love and Thunder, and Ant-Man and Wasp: Quantumania. So welcome to our panel. I am going to actually start by asking you, and we covered some of this in the panels yesterday, but I'm interested in just going around quickly and getting a brief history of how you personally got involved in virtual production. And in particular, I'm interested in kind of the aha moment when you realized, wow, this is a thing, and this is gonna be a game changer. And I'm interested in maybe starting with Carl. Carl, you had a long history. Tell me, when was that moment, and give me a sense of what Pixo does.
Sure. So yeah, as you said, I've been in visual effects for over 2 decades, really working all over the place in San Francisco, New York City, Montreal, London, and got into virtual production a couple of years ago. I got a call from some ex-colleagues at Industrial Light and Magic, and they at the time were looking to build a stagecraft volume out in the UK, and thought that I would be a good fit to help build that stage. And at the time, I really didn't know anything about virtual production, honestly. My knowledge was very, commonplace. It was, I knew about performance capture at that time. I knew about some of the advances in mocap technology, but I didn't really know anything about the LED technology as it was utilized on the Mandalorian series at that time, and really just got a crash course as part of my interview process. And there was a lot of enthusiasm around it at the time. This was right at the top of the pandemic. So ILM at the time was sort of toying with the idea that they would want to build another stage, but then, like everywhere, the pandemic just expedited that desire and that use case validity. And so I was then asked to go out and create basically the first stage that was not in Manhattan Beach, where all the Mandalorian series were shot. And so alongside of that, I was really kind of coming up to speed with what the ideal use cases of this technology, and I think was watching along with everyone else a lot of what was going on in the Mandalorian, and really sort of understanding the reasoning behind why a stage like this would be constructed, and just sort of got really intrigued by the whole process and thought it was like a sort of next level application of visual effects. And that was for me what I think all of us in visual effects are like living on the cutting edge of technology, and so this just seemed like the cutting edge and was really exciting as a career opportunity. So I said yes to the job, and then that was it. So
I'm interested in just
for 4 years. Yep.
If there was an aha moment with that sort of mixed reality, having that visual effects background, and then sort of seeing the virtual part where you're mixing in live action with those backgrounds. Was there like an aha moment for you?
Yes. I think it was sort of mundane, but it was. I remember, built the volume, and then we had some time before the first production, which was Ant-Man 3, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, was due to go in there. And so during that period, we were doing a lot of demos, trying to get business into the volume before that production started. And I remember we did a test, which drove someone's car into the volume, and it was just it was rudimentary, nothing incredibly outstanding with the way in which we shot the car. But I remember seeing the reflections on the vehicle, and that being an aha moment for me. And it was those subtle reflections, not just on the vehicle, but like we had someone in the driver's seat. We had our talent, who's just like one of our PAs, get in the driver's seat, and she was wearing a watch, and you could see the reflections on the contour of her watch, and they were like really beautiful. You could actually see into it and see, oh my gosh, you can see that's the mountain over there. I was like, those little subtle details, the whole thing, if you were not to do it in the volume, you would do it on a green screen, you would recreate the green screen in post, and you would get a lot of those reflections in post. You would definitely get the reflections on the car right. We would definitely do that as visual effects artists. I don't know, we get the nuance in the watch reflection precisely right. I think we'd probably leave that out in the post-process, but seeing that captured in camera with that sort of subtlety and nuance, it's like, oh my gosh, this is way better.
100%. For me, for me, it was when in the behind the scenes on Mandalorian, they talked about wanting the Mando's armor to be reflective, and I realized it's like, you can play out that those reflections. Richard, I'm interested in going to you. So as someone who's had a lot of experience with the Moment Factory, creating kind of those experiential, those kinds of experiences that are experienced publicly and so on. What Carl just described, and really to keep us in perspective, that was like 3 years ago, or maybe 4 years ago. Is that right, Carl? So it's just amazing to me that you guys are now like the studios that are going to be helping others go through that journey and take that journey. So I'm interested, Richard, in your kind of experience with that journey, and sort of realizing the potential of virtual production, and then now being in a position where you're bringing it to people, to your clients.
Mm-hmm. So like me, my aha moment, actually, to tag on Carl, is actually when I started visiting, Mel's was doing a proof of concept, and they brought me in, and I was still at Moment Factory, and I went like, all right, because we all read about Mandalorian and what has been done before. And it's kind of interesting. I've connected that straight to Moment Factory, and not so much to actually visual effects. So I've been in visual effects for a long time as well, but I thought that this was the tool that would allow us to do the magic trick and not just visual effects. So I thought that was really like, oh wow, okay, there's so many things that are difficult to do that we can now just do, and they're for me, that was a big eye-opener when I saw this. And then maybe another thing that was interesting was to understand the breadth of what virtual production is going to be bringing to people, and the size and all the configuration. I think it started with virtual production being like sort of one thing: Mandalorian, VFX, this big production, a little bit top, on top, and then as we go quickly, it's being more and more democratized. We see all kinds of size and all kinds of content being available, readily available. So I think that for me is one of the big game changer, is that it is actually faster, easier to do virtual production in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, yeah. And Amir, in terms of like the democratization and sort of access to virtual production, give us a sense of your the beginnings of the other end, and just where you saw the opportunity to be able to bring those kind of capabilities to your clients in video production and commercial production and so on.
Yes, of course. I've personally been involved in the indie art house film production over the past 20 years across 3 different continents. And with the other end, we always served those productions. And like everybody else, when we saw Mandalorian back in 2019, we were like, wow, that was my aha moment that it gets. Honestly, it's just, it was amazing for us to see how safe, how fast, and how quick we could potentially do a lot of things on an indie budget. It's a dream. We always ask people to go shoot that scene in that room, or drop that driving scene. But then with virtual production, we realized that all of these become available to lower budget films. However, the challenge at the moment was how we could actually deliver that big studio quality in a smaller footprint studio for those who could actually just come and work and have access to it, including ourselves. And that's how I started thinking with the team about the solution and how we could actually build a studio that is designed for that type of production. And it also puts producers a little bit more in control of the cost and the flow of their production when it comes to the integration with the technology. And that's how Virtual Production House came to life around 2021 in Toronto. And since then, we've done a lot of R&Ds. We looked at different case studies, and we opened our studios last year in Toronto, and our partners in Vancouver also started a new one a few days ago.
That's fantastic. And again, just kind of like the speed of all of this, we've touched on this throughout the weekend, just how fast all of this is happening. But Sonia, you were kind of there, in a way at the very beginning with the company that had the most kind of exposure to this. I'm interested in your kind of personal experience and when you kind of realized, oh, wow, this is not just visual effects stuff. There's this whole other layer to it. And if you, in fact, you had an aha moment, or you were more kind of immersed in it from the beginning.
Yes, so I've been at ILM for like about 14 years, and I had worked in traditional post VFX. I had also done some on-set supervision and on-set data wrangling. So and then I moved over to the virtual production department for season 2 of Mandalorian, and it was interesting because I also did have an aha moment. I had experienced myself the technology, the progression of the technology throughout the years for blocking, in a traditional previs sense. And then when I got to the stage for Mandalorian season 2, seeing those two worlds collide of the onset experience, the blocking experience, the technology, the progression of where we'd gotten to, and seeing well, for one, the reflections obviously is one of the huge wins of it, and especially on a show like Mandalorian. But I think for me, it was the moment that I looked and I'm looking at the feed from the camera, a Video Village, and I can't tell the difference between what's practical and what's digital. And I think that was for me the big aha moment. Oh, wow, this can actually work. This is actually doing, putting the visual effects in the hands of the filmmakers, and in a very real-time sense. And so that for me, I think, was the big aha moment. And I've had many since too. I mean, the technology keeps progressing, and every time we get another leap in the technology, I have another aha moment, and it just keeps getting better and better. And as Carl mentioned, we are kind of, for a lot of us, it's being at the cutting edge of the technology and being in the front, and being able to push that technology forward is sort of one of the things that has made me want to get into the world of virtual production.
Excellent. And so now all of you are you've had your personal experiences where you've gone through and you've had your aha, and you've you've kind of broken ground in a lot of ways for what's possible. I'm interested in talking about the people you serve, the clients, the producers, the others who are coming to you for their services, to your studios for those services. Can you tell me about them? Are there sort of typical clients? Do they, are they, can you fit them in a kind of a box, or is it a full range? And I actually want to stay with Sonia, because I know that at ILM, you've done the big productions, but you've got lots of other productions and production scales as well. I kind of want to let you speak about that.
Sure. I mean, since Mandalorian, like I said, we as a company have also expanded. We've grown in the technology, and we've grown in our offerings. So I know everyone is familiar with Mandalorian, and that's usually the thing that people think about when they think virtual production. But we've done the full range in scale, from commercials, music videos, to obviously episodics. Like we recently did some work on The Old Man with Jeff Bridges, and we did some work on other types of features that are maybe not necessarily in the sci-fi world. I mean, we've worked on The Midnight Sky as well, and George Clooney's Midnight Sky, and Matt Reeves is the Batman. So I think for us, it's really just about, and we have facilities around the world. I'm currently in Vancouver. We have a studio here, and we have obviously a presence in LA, but we've had stages in Sydney, we've had stages in London, and we sort of just we just like to we scale the work to where, or the offerings to be to the client and the production. And I think the nice thing about virtual production is it doesn't have to be for the big budget films. It can be for smaller work as well, and it can make it can become more accessible to people. Sometimes it's something as easy as like you can't go to a particular location, and so you can bring the work into the volume and then bring the location to you. So there's a full range of this world of virtual production that's just, it's all about making it more accessible. It's about making the work, making it easier to deliver this work for the filmmakers.
Fantastic. I am going to jump to Carl. I know you took just a sip there, Carl, but I'm interested in, Pixo's had a lot of activity in the last little while, and I'm interested in again getting a sense of the clients and the folks that you guys are serving in the range of both their asks and your offerings.
Yeah, I mean, like Sonia was saying, we cater to a pretty broad range of clients, ranging from commercials, episodic, to features, and I think the right client is a client who is looking for a solution to some sort of challenge that they're encountering in their production. And I think when we typically end a conversation agreeing that this is maybe not the right approach is when a client pretty much has everything that they want. They're not necessarily looking for some sort of solve to a production challenge. I think, all of us probably on this panel would say there's a right application of LED technology and there's a wrong application of it. And so that is kind of how our conversation starts with client is, we start by listening. So what is it that they're trying to accomplish, and how could virtual production be a solution for their production? We always say you can't involve us early enough in the process. Like, show us the script. Even if you don't have a script yet, but you have an idea, have a conversation with us about that idea. Because more than likely, we're going to be able right from the get-go to guide an application, a successful application of this technology. So that's typically how we encounter the, our conversations with clients. And I think, in terms of like genres and definitely we've seen a lot of successful application of this within the context of sci-fi. And at Island, there was the successful application Mandalorian. At Pixamondo, we're doing a lot of work. We have done a lot of work with the Star Trek franchise. We're continuing to do work on Strange World, and I think there is an absolute correct and successful application within that genre, but there's also an application within a lot of the a lot more practical, a lot more photorealistic stage endeavors, and you're seeing that start to take place. And I think that's probably the area with the most growth potential attached to it. We've seen there aren't that many big sci-fi franchises left to sort of go.
Right.
So I think a lot of the space is being explored in some of the more practical, more photorealistic, more either period pieces or modern day capturing of what is a stage suit and could be accented by this LED technology. So I think there's a lot of the conversations we're getting into.
Yeah. I'm going to jump to Richard because Richard, I'm interested in, there's lots of with both, ILM and Pixo and some of the titles that we've talked about, there's can be some intimidation on the part of, some of the people that are watching this. And I'm interested in providing access points and those solutions and those conversations that Carl talked about to people who are really just, they don't have tons of money. And I'm interested in your thoughts about that.
Actually, so there's something that is emerging and going super quickly is the number of assets becoming more and more available that are kind of showing regular stuff, a kitchen, a living room, and an environment. So you see the growth of that, and a lot of them are actually pretty close to be ready to be used. They need some love. They need to be a little bit optimized or worked on, or be worked to be in according with a brand or a script. So we did a lot of this at Mel's. We did documentary shots and really like simple, like I say, a living room. There's nothing fantastic about a living room, but it is difficult to actually, when we look at science fiction, sometimes there's just no references. So you get, it needs to be awesome, but you have some leeway because there's no references. When you do a living room, there's a ton of references, so you need to be on it. One thing, if I may, and is like I have a commercial that we did a while back, and what is interesting, it's not, well, the commercial is interesting, but not so much. What was interesting is that the client came and say, we need help. We this budget, what the agency wants, and what we need to do will not happen. We just cannot fit, and they did not know a thing about virtual production. So it was really interesting to have this like, all right, well, so let's look at your storyboard and let's see if we can help. And what I could do if it's beneficial, I could just show you the commercial super quickly and then just come back to, what in fact was VP and what was done in reality. Would you like to see that?
Sure, I think that's fine. I think others are going to be in control of giving you the screen there, but.
Yep, cool.
Oh, there we go.
I think we can stop here small. And if we can just go back to the very first, so this airplane, by the way, was purchased online, and we always say as a joke, it's $200, but we purchased, it's always $200. So we bought this airplane, and we worked just a tad on it because again, it's a matter. We had 4 days, right? So by the way, the heads up was 4 days. So this is all in camera. There's no post-production, and it's an online asset we purchased, and we did the best we could in 3 days to just make it roll for a TV commercial. So that was the gist of it. And then when he jumps, then we just switched our screen into green screen. So a lot of him falling down is, well, obviously or clearly green screen, so that we were able to do that. And then when the lady a little bit later, is not this shot, but this shot here is actually, she's supposed to be in Montreal, but the background plate is actually the city of New York. And she's slowly but surely driving into our volume. And then all the reflections and shots after this on the car are actually shot on the volume. So I want to show you this super quickly, just to say it was cool because people showed up, had no clue. They had a problem. It was actually to save money, and VP made it possible for them to actually save money. And the rest of the commercial was shot on location, and they do what the production should be doing. But we, in one day, we did all the green screen, all the stunts, the airplane, and the lady in the car. And that's how they were able to squeeze that budget. So, and so it speaks to the flexibility of VP. It's not this thing that is really, difficult to move around.
So I'm going to jump to Amir, because Amir, what Richard has just described seems to me that you're in the same position where you're going to have someone come to you with a script or something, a concept, and you're going to develop a suite of solutions for them. Tell me about that conversation that you have to create kind of an appropriate solution and the kind of information you need from those clients that are coming to you, and how early, when should they come?
Obviously, like Carl said, and we heard that over the past today and yesterday, planning is the most important part when it comes to virtual production. So we do encourage everyone to get us involved as early as development. In many cases, we might have solutions for a lot of productions that we could also come up with few creative ideas around how to execute the shoot, which is designed for their budget and their team. We have been serving a variety of different clients, from music videos, commercials, feature films, and what they all had in common was some sort of level of accessibility, whether it's location or traveling or being they want to be a more sustainable production, or even budget in some cases. So I guess the conversation flows from that point. And obviously we have our own virtual production team that get involved with our producer and head of virtual production. They help them to break down the scene and how, first of all, we're going to assess whether this is a good potential for virtual production, or in some cases, as mentioned before, virtual production is not the best solution for certain situations, although we know that a lot of flexibility around it, but it comes down to obviously how fast and how well we could actually create that. We also integrated a traditional production workflow and studio within our virtual production studio. So we also offer that services to them. If, as Richard mentioned, if there are certain clients, certain projects that are not ready, or they're not willing to do the entire production in a virtual wall. So we choose the path, and from that point forward, we basically start the process of working on their project. Particularly because we're not coming from the VFX background. Obviously, we have the integration potential with projects that they have their own VFX partners or the studio partners that we could integrate with them and see how we could actually execute the production the best that we can. We realize in most cases that saves a lot of time and energy for those productions that they already have their partners involved, and that conversation goes into more details between the two teams. And from that point, we also, have our process of previs and tech viz if needed, and collaboration with the producers, set designers, and we get to the point of executing the content.
Right. I'm interested in actually just picking up on that and actually jumping to Sonia, because what Amir has described is really, true at that kind of initial point of access for even someone that doesn't have a lot of money. Really, though, what he described in terms of having those conversations and defining an appropriate solution and so on, does it really change regardless of the scale of the project? I mean, is it really sort of the same pattern or structure, but just with a different scale of solution, as opposed to necessarily a whole lot of different kinds of solutions?
No, you're absolutely right. In some ways, the scale of the project doesn't really change how we go about planning it, how we go about deciding what makes sense to shoot on an LED volume or the size of that LED volume. There's a lot of things to consider when you're reading the script, and as Carl mentioned, also just getting in as early as possible in those planning phases, how we can help achieve those in the most financially or cost-effective way is part of the discussion too. But yeah, that doesn't change regardless of the project. I think that's one of the things that stays pretty consistent, is making, and you start out with sometimes conversations or with a script, things that we take into consideration, for instance, our page count or the environment, what kind of environment will it be? And then, how accessible would we want to make, or how the approach that we might take, that will probably vary from project to project, and the type of environment we might build, whether it's fully digital or maybe just a 2D approach, as we've seen done in a lot of car virtual production work that we've seen over the last day as well. So I think that stays consistent. There's always a planning phase regardless of the scale of the project.
Right. Carl, I want to jump to kind of what I call right sizing, both right sizing the physical size of a volume, but also the nature of the solution to the problem. Tell me about Pixo's approach to kind of right sizing with your clients. I am interested a little bit in the whole idea, the relationship between the size of the volume. And one of the things I think I'd love to talk about is kind of diminishing returns on size as well, because as the size gets bigger, it creates the need for more foreground, like practical sets and so on. But I'm just interested in that, just general right sizing solutions for your clients.
Yeah, I think, again, it's all part of listening to clients' needs and understanding what the right tool for the job is. And I think that's the best way to think of the LED volume, is as a tool. So, just as any tool, if the job at hand is to, produce sets of a certain size, and you're turning around lots of those sets that are all the same shape and sizes, then having a fixed volume that is, encompasses that set is the right way to go about it. If you're more nuanced and any given setup has a bespoke LED configuration that would benefit that setup, then it doesn't make sense to have a fixed volume. It doesn't make sense to have a fixed volume of a certain size. It makes sense to have either a more malleable volume that can, bring the ceilings down or bring the walls in, or have a series of bespoke LED configurations that are all done to benefit whatever you're shooting. I think that's it all comes back to what are we trying to achieve here? And I think that's there is such a thing as too big. There is such a thing as too small. And I think that's what comes back to the conversation with client about what specifically are we trying to do, and just as you were saying, a big volume doesn't shine when you have a very small set deck inside it. Or if you're just shooting a car, you don't want a big volume because then the reflections aren't going to be as sharp as you would want them on the hood of the vehicle. And then, conversely, if you have a very small configuration, then you can't do the large set turnarounds that you can with a larger fixed volume. So it really comes down to what you're trying to do.
Yeah, yeah. One of my favorite little moments in the discussion at the Bucketheads session earlier was when Andy Brown described how they wanted to bring a guy from the background through doors, and he was just right up against the volume at the back, and so they just used a foreground actor to block that moment. And I like that because what it speaks to is that we don't give up the need for creativity when it comes to using a volume. It's not this thing that you just kind of. And so, Richard, I'm interested in jumping to you, because in yesterday's session, you showed that clip of the tornado, and just this idea of bringing creativity as well to the process of virtual production, to use that tool as Carl's described it. Tell me about creativity.
Well, I guess it takes all kinds of shapes and form. Again, recently we did something, and it was just not doable. You know what they were trying to do, and with their time and their means, and maybe I can just show you that small clip, but basically. I'll set it up, and usually I show it and I explain, but since we're on topic, so it's basically, there's going to be a column in the background. It's going to be a 2D plate that's been shot. There's going to be the principal person, and then one person walking across and somebody standing by. And, you know, again, this is VP, but it's a mix of physical, having the proper camera movement, having a proper plate, and this was done very easily, and you'll see here on the clip. So I think that it comes to, and you know, when I refer to virtual production, I refer I said it yesterday, for me it's the intersection of MacGyver, visual effects, and for me Moment Factory, who helped me deal with like physicality like nowhere else, because we had to just make it work. You know, it was always a live event, so it's like you need to make it work, so figure it out quickly. So it's not figure it out, it's figure it out quickly. So let me just show you this thing quickly.
Today, over 40 visual effects and animation studios employ more than 6,500 artists from a variety of
backgrounds. And maybe, Simon, you can show physically where this all happened, you know, just so we can see the set. So there's very little physical decor, really. So if you go back to that shot, Simon, and stop when she's in the middle of it, please. Yeah, so, all right. Today, so this in the back is actually a video plate. And the two-person walking or acting in mid-ground is actually on set here as well. So that was a very effective, cheap way to do this shot. So again, it's nothing like crazy, mind-blowing or spectacular, but this is that's the $5 shot, and the $5,000 shot became, well, maybe not $5, but. So, and in the same shoot, if you go at the very beginning, maybe the first shot, actually, the very first shot, this is actually in the background is a 3D plate of Montreal. So this is a 3D city, in fact, and then it's going to start snowing. So the point is, it's like, well, when we shoot, we don't know, you know, it might be a bit of a 2D plate, a little bit of Unreal, a little bit of just using the wall for lighting or even other purposes, right? So, and look how small the footprint is. Can you stop here? Yeah, thanks. So you see how tiny this set is, really. So I think for me, this is VP, and again, I know I just like, okay, we'll find a trick. It's like, what's the trick? I don't know what's the trick, but we need to find a trick, you know?
So Amir, virtual production, you know, that definition of what is virtual production, some people I've heard, and to be honest, I'm still trying to figure this stuff out myself. So is sometimes it means specifically live action in front of a Unreal Engine generated 3D, so you can get parallax background, but does it always? And to speak to you know, Richard's points, you know, he's grabbed some of the things he described, those were just 2D playback plates. Can you tell me about that, and having that conversation with, again, the kinds of people that are listening into this, people that are going to come to you for solutions? Do they need to go and engage Unreal artists to produce fancy backgrounds for you to be able to offer them solutions?
Virtual production is basically, it's a broad term. Like what we at Virtual Production House focusing on is mostly IC VFX and camera VFX. And as everybody mentioned, and Richard rightfully showed that, it's a combination of creativity and flexibility, if you ask me, or at least within our market. It's just, it's like the essence of filmmaking. How are we going to use our, creativity in order to create a shot that, it's like traditional filmmaking. What matters is what we see in camera at the end of the day. It doesn't really matter how we create it. So yes, of course, there are cases that we definitely encourage the clients to hire the designers. We do have a small in-house team that we mostly help them to understand to get the project done. But for bigger project, bigger asks, obviously, we do encourage them to have that. However, I think generally what virtual production offers is this openness, is this creative options that they might have to execute and shoot their stories and tell their stories. In some cases, like driving plays that we've done a lot as well, or we've done music videos that we looked at the budget and what the end goal is, and based on that, we basically plan everything accordingly. Therefore, sometimes, as Carl said, like the size of the stage is just irrelevant to the production or to what we see on the camera. Particularly in our market, we see in indie films and smaller production, the scenes are more intimate, are more closer than vast space environments that we see on the bigger stages. So it really helps to have that conversation. There are a lot of assets available. There are a lot of places that they could purchase the asset. We could also offer those asset creation services if needed. But generally, it comes down to the brief and what the directors, the producers of the content are aiming to get out of that shoot.
Excellent, excellent. Carl, you had mentioned like malleability in the LED volume design and construction. Can you sort of speak to that a bit more? I'm really interested in like the idea that I could come to you and say, I need for this many days, I need a stage that's like this shape and this big, but actually at the back end of my production, I need a different kind of shape of stage. Tell me about that and just the ability to kind of customize a solution.
Yeah, there is that ability, and we typically consider it as part of the design process. So we really like working within the virtual art department to design not only the environment, but place the stage within the environment so we know where everything is practical and how that's going to be relative to the digital material that's going to be displayed on the stage. So the virtual art department process then can also be used to design the construction of the LEDs themselves. So if it's not a fixed volume and we know the dimensions of our volume and we place those into the Unreal scene, and so we know how the practical is going to look and it juxtapose the digital. But we can also then break apart the LED volume and create a design of those LEDs or that volume, or sometimes it's not necessarily a volume, it's just a wall or a long U shape, whatever, that would look good against the subject that you're trying to shoot. And so that process can actually be a design process that you have with client, and you can sit with client and say, okay, well, what are the limitations of your stage, or what stage do you have that we would need to construct on, and then we would go in and scan that stage, and we would have a version of that digitally that we could then use as a design base to design like an LED configuration that would be precise for whatever specifically we were shooting.
Fantastic. Richard, you had something to add?
Yeah, to maybe add to what Carl is saying. So right, so this is our sandbox. So it's a medium large sandbox, and well, for us, we don't customize the wall. We do customize walls, but I think the idea is to understand if you need a big or a smaller sandbox. It goes a little bit to what Amir was saying. If you do small scenes, well, you don't need that big of a wall. Some extreme configuration we will customize. If you want to do a train sequence and it's really important that you have panel, a very special configuration, but technically, in our case anyway, we say, well, this is your sandbox, and unless you have a heartburn or we cannot perform the sequences you want to, you might need a bigger sandbox. But smaller is never an issue because you'll just reduce your sandbox. So this is a fairly large sandbox. We can go smaller is never an issue, right?
Right.
And then the thing about, just so for everyone to customize a sandbox, well, it's pretty expensive on the labor side. So if it's for something that will have a long tenure, then it's good. But if not, you can be looking at pretty serious, labor costs to build your wall, mount and dismount. So for the kind of work we do, we didn't have the chance yet to do a long tenure on a project. So just the building cost alone for us is kind of not a good idea for us here in Montreal.
Right.
If you're going to do something long term, then great. You do, usually the time and the money and the budget is there.
Excellent. I see Zach has joined us to help moderate some questions. I do want to just end with actually a question to Sonia, just about what you're excited about with the future of LED technology and volumes and just this whole world going forward.
Well, I think one of the things that excites me, and as we were talking about this design process also, is it's just that every project is different, and every project gives us an opportunity to design something new and to expand on the technology. So I think for me, that's what's exciting about it. One of the recent projects that we did, for instance, on the Batman, it was one of those where we knew that we needed to solve the solution, put the city outside of the where they were standing, but we also needed to incorporate a rain rig. So we had to plan out the different kinds of LEDs and all of those different kinds of decisions that we make. That's where the creativity kind of comes into play. And so for me, that's what's exciting about this work, is that we get an opportunity to be creative, to grow and I think the technology is just going to continue to get better. The LED technology, our actual our content creation technology. So I'm excited to see what the next project is going to bring and how we can help them solve those solutions as well.
Excellent. With that, I'll throw it to Zach for questions. Zach.
Thank you, Stephen. This is an awesome panel. You've been really curating an awesome conversation. Quickly, we just have a few minutes to hear from the audience. If people have some questions, feel free to raise your hand and we'll bring you onto the show live. A few questions have already been popping in there. The first question was for you, Stephen, actually. It was, when is the Regina volume going to be up and running for other people to use?
I would say probably it's going to be a couple of months. It's here. It's in the early stages of kind of construction. The first show, King of Killers, is I believe going to camera in the summer. So they have it blocked for a few months, so shortly after that. But it's an exciting time to be in Saskatchewan. And by the way, we get 322 days on average of sunlight, and you can buy a house here for an average cost of $350,000. So think about Saskatchewan, guys.
Yeah. Awesome. Next question, which I think could be from anyone, but we've had this question a few times. Often panelists mention optimization, and a lot of the audience is unclear on what exactly that means. I know it's different depending on if the asset is being built from scratch or it's being taken from the marketplace, but does anybody want to just kind of explain what optimization is? Yeah, Sonia.
Sure, I'll take that one. Generally, when we talk about optimization, we're referring to the ability to actually run the content at the right frame rate. We're talking about usually 3D content in a real-time renderer, and so it's optimizing the actual like the environment, whether that means bringing in less or more of the different features of that 3D world, to be able to make sure that we're keeping up with the frame rate of the camera.
Yeah, as they were saying, the Bucketheads one earlier, like the more elements you add to the environment, like fire or blinking lights or how big it is or how many mountain ranges there are, the more you add onto it, the harder the computer has to work. And you want to make sure that it never is going at 23 or 22 or 18 frames a second. You always want to make sure it's at least 24. So there's a process right after this panel. We're going to show a video of the virtual production workshop we did in Vancouver in 2020, which we did use assets from the marketplace, the Unreal marketplace. And there had to be several weeks of sort of removing things and tweaking them so that they would run at the frame rate that we needed. Even though we got the assets for free, there was a lot of work there. Another question, which I think is interesting, maybe hear everyone's take on, is just around the IP of the assets themselves, the copyright. And we've had this question a few times, and there's a lot of people from the art departments listening as well. Is it different on a film or a TV show or a commercial? Who owns the environments or the assets or the props or the specific pieces of what's in the space, and how does that work with your guys' team? I know you're generating stuff. You might have a library of stuff. Do you own that? When someone pays you to build an asset, do they own it or do you own it? Like, how does all that work?
I guess all of the above. So and this is a good debate, and it's an ongoing debate specifically with studios, right? So I'm on a train station. Actually, it's something that we scan. So it'd be hard to tell. It's like, who owns this? I don't think any studios or anyone could actually own 92nd Street subway station in New York, but this could be or is work for hire. So ultimately, whoever paid for this owns this particular asset, but not necessarily the IP. So I think there will be more conversation and definition on what constitutes the IP, because this is 92nd Street. So, and it's a digital twin. So well, try to own that station if you can. So, but though the asset per se is actually the property of someone else. And but it does pose, especially in the 3D world with the mega scan and capture reality. We've scanned environments that actually I can't, I'm not sure if we can even promise the client that this is its environment. You can have the asset again, but that's about it. So I think we're at the beginning of many conversation in terms of IP. I hope people get pragmatic about it. I think something we'll always respect as vendor is you pay me, you get your stuff. But in terms of IP proper, I think that's going to be interesting since we can now bring reality in the virtual world. So.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like if you did a 3D scan of the Mona Lisa, you don't necessarily own the underlying rights of the Mona Lisa. You own the scan. Do you own the scan of it? Even though you're the one who scanned it, it starts to get complicated. Go ahead.
There's an interesting case right now. Actually, it's in the courts right now with the photographer of the Bob Dylan photograph that Andy Warhol used. And I think it's worth really watching how that goes, because this idea of repurposing images that were created by someone else or objects could actually have quite a big effect. And it's, as I said, it's in the courts right now. So it's like, see how that goes.
Yeah. Or if one client pays a vendor to build a certain set of assets and then the vendor changes them slightly to use them on another show, like, has that changed enough to be something that they can now use and you can feel good about your E&O covering? It's definitely an interesting topic. Was there anything else you guys wanted to add to that? All right. I think an interesting question Alan asked is, for some of the environments, especially some of the ones, Richard, you've been showing, like someone sitting in a living room talking, you could theoretically just go to a living room and shoot it. So instead of using virtual production. So what are the scenarios where more like locations you could physically go to, it still makes sense to use virtual production, and when does it make sense not to, for those simpler environments, not the fantastical ones, but the ones that you could practically shoot? Is there, what's the deciding factor there?
Well, what we found again is, I was going to put a still frame or something, and just put a still frame if you can of the living room, if you can find it. So in the NAD, I think it has to do with logistics, honestly. In one day we'll shoot, yeah, sure. So like this living room here, it isn't a commercial. So, they shot several locations. So that living room is actually in VP. And if you can go to Centre NAD, Simon, as well, to show the demo. So it's people will do 3-4 things, a little bit like in the casino commercial I showed earlier. it's not that it's like, hey, what's the value? You can go on location, bottom line, and shoot for $1,000, right? You can rent anywhere in a suburb, and you'll have a kitchen for $1,000 for the day. So, and you can shoot. It's just if you need to go from a kitchen to somewhere else, to somewhere else, to somewhere else, this is where, like, so for me, this is actually one of my favorite shots, just because it's the very boring living room, right? So if you need to jump from this living room to another location, in practicality, now you're starting saving a lot of cash. And you can think of your script a little bit more differently. So as an example, all these backgrounds that you're currently seeing are actually 3D background, and just full disclosure, well, it's not a disclosure. It comes from the school here in Montreal that has started teaching virtual production as a site, an additional thing to their curriculum. But so I guess long-winded answer is I think it's going to take into account logistics, and it's like, well, what's the value of that kitchen? Well, it could be expensive if you say it's a VP stage, the crew, and that. It's not economical, but when you rack up all those shots, then it sounds pretty good. Yeah, especially if you need to go back. Oh, sorry, no, stop. Sorry. And especially if you do need to go back to that kitchen, you can go, or living room, you can go, forever. So that actually is as well, in many cases, a pretty good perk.
Yeah.
I just want to add to.
Yeah, go ahead, Amir.
Sorry, no, I just want to add. This is one of those conversations that we have at early stages with our clients. Obviously, again, the output defines whether that living room is suitable for virtual production or not. In many cases, I guess we see more value in less accessible living rooms or rooms, like in hospitals and airports, and all the areas that maybe are high risk, which then we could see the value of having access. But totally one of those cases that we need to see what we see out of that living room, what is happening in that living room, what's the set integration between the virtual and the movement, and what we're going to get out.
Yeah, that makes sense. You often end up at the end of production with a bunch of little snippets of scenes that didn't fit into full days on location, and you can kind of clean them all up together. Or if you have a montage of a bunch of stuff happening that you are in different locations, it can be good for that. We have just a little bit of time left for one last question, which might be a total bomb of lots of discussion, but let's see if we can keep it to just a few minutes. But I think it's interesting to hear from you guys. Bell asked, just will AI start to help in this space? And how do you guys see AI being a part of this over the next few years?
Well, AI I'll say anything. It doesn't matter. It's the future. No, but we see it for those who, some organizations are heavily vested or investing in AI and so on and so forth, in content creation. It's going at lightning speed. We, like many of my colleagues here, have the chance to have insight on what's coming up, and 3D scenes being created in seconds, forget it. So now it's all about control and how we're going to go about this. I think I'll keep this short. AI is here. It's not coming. It's here. It's going at lightning speed. The big impact for virtual production, or ICVFX, because I saw some comment here, is the lead time to create an environment is going to be amazing. We've heard in the last day or so, the lead time it takes to shoot, right? A month, 2 months, 3 weeks, whatever. So we need to create those environments. And I think AI is going to come and create those environments at lightning speed, or a much shorter speed than we currently envisage. And this is going to be a big kicker for virtual production, because we have to be, I guess, just pragmatic about this. People don't have always a lead time. And we need to find a magic bullet or something to cut into that lead time to create an asset and to be ready for VP. So that's my 2 cents on AI.
Yeah, definitely. I've been noticing videos of AI systems that can generate geometry, AI systems that can texture geometry. So you can build some rough geometry and then say, make this look like a city or make this look like a desert. And it in just a few seconds is texturizing it, obviously not as well as an artist, but these are tools that could allow artists to shorten the amount of time to create assets, which could be really, really interesting. Well, thank you guys. We've got to move on to our next panel, but this was a really, really great talk. I want to thank each of you, Richard, Amir, Carl, Sonia. Great to have you guys. Hope to do more panels with you. And Stephen, amazing job moderating this conversation. That was really, really, really fun. Thank you guys so much. And great to see you. We're gonna move on to our our next panel. Thank you guys. Before we get to that panel, so the panel that's coming up is a best uses of VP panel. So continuing the conversation around the different ways that we can use virtual production. It's going to be moderated by my good friend, Heather Hawthorne Doyle. Before we get to that though, we're going to be playing another interstitial. This interstitial is actually from the ancient early days of virtual production now, 2020, where we did a in-person virtual production workshop in Vancouver. This was a very small initial stage, didn't have a practical floor. This is our first attempt at basically shooting 8 films in 2 days with a Vancouver crew, Vancouver directors, and kind of getting that up on its feet, one of which Heather was one of the directors. This gives you a sense of sort of the type of thing that we do in our in-person workshops. So let's play that video.
This is the Vancouver film industry at its best.
We went from Arctic tundra to desert.
It's a living, breathing thing.
And then we were on a bridge, and then we could have been in the jungle, and that's astonishing.
This was a training opportunity, and yet it feels like we all made 8 micro short films.
Animism partnered with the DGC to provide a space, a workshop for the Directors Guild to come together and explore the technology and kind of demystify some of the workflow of how to use this in a real production.
We were approached by Animism and the DGC to put together this training. What ended up happening was it grew in scope, and all of a sudden everybody got really involved and excited.
I wanted to be a part of this because I know that this is the next stage of filmmaking and this is really the future.
We're shooting on 2-dimensional panels, but inside a 3D environment. And what brings that all together is the fact that we're tracking the camera so that as the camera moves, it creates a realistic level of parallax or shift between the 3-dimensional objects inside that view window. So it appears as though everything is in 3D, even though you're shooting on a 2D wall.
We have walls that are LED, but we're still using motion capture to sort of track the location of the camera and how that translates into the 3D environment that we're projecting on the walls.
We're really just expanding the toolkit that creators have to give them the opportunity to tell stories in ways that would have been cost prohibitive or just simply impossible before.
They had told us that there would be the brain bar of technicians off to the side. And I remember glancing over and it looked like Mission Control in Houston. That was just distracting, so I didn't look over there anymore. But it was incredible to think of all of these technicians who are just helping me get what I think are the best shots to tell this story.
I was a little worried that shooting in the volume would be too technical, that I wouldn't be able to get the performance and the story, the artistic freedom that I wanted.
Yeah, great, cut.
But I did. So it smashed my preconceptions of what is achievable.
With virtual production, really, it's a convergence of traditional tools and traditional filmmaking tools and digital tools. The part that I find most exciting about it is just seeing people learn it.
One of the benefits of shooting with the LED walls is that they provide reflections of the environment onto surfaces. So I figured if I could find the most reflective costuming and I guess accessories, then we would get the most out of the environment.
There's a magic in this technology, and I think what it opens up and allows for us as creators is just limitless.
Usually a turnaround takes about 45 minutes, but this took us about 20 minutes. And we had time to get all our shots. The flexibility is unparalleled. We've never had this before.
As a producer, I think this will make so much more financial sense. I don't actually have to keep worrying about the light all the time. It's 12 hours of the same light. Are you kidding me? That's a godsend.
All the different directors were really, helping each other out. And it was great to hear from each director as soon as they got done with their session. They shared what they were learning with the directors after them.
And cut! I think what I really learned from it, and what I think all of us sort of took away, is everything is possible with this technology. It's not going to hamper storytelling, it's going to increase our storytelling ability.
Vancouver is a perfect spot for development of a virtual production film industry. There is already an enormous post hub here and a fantastic and very well-resourced film community.
Right now, I'd say we're ready. We're mini Mandalorians now.
If you want to continue working in film, I think this is the technology to learn.
It's not new tech to us anymore. Now it's just great tech.
Just the things that we came up with not very much money, because we were working together toward the goal of making this community stronger and more employable, because we understand a technology that is on the vanguard of the future. And I just am so excited that I got to be a part of that.
All right. I said 2020, but it was actually 2021. How time flies. So if you're interested in participating in events like that, we're doing, I put the form into the chat again. We're going to be, looks like this year, potentially doing one in Montreal, one in Toronto, one in Vancouver. So if you're interested if you're a DGC director, you can be one of the directors to direct. And if you're crew or you want to observe, you can fill out that form and we'll keep you up to date as things progress. But now I'm going to bring out one of the stars of that video that you just saw, my good friend Heather Hawthorne Doyle. She's a CSA nominated Leo Award winning director. She's very experienced in the multicam world, but doing tons of music series and special events and live narrative events and even created her own shows. She's super talented, and recently she's been going into narrative directing episodes including The Endlings on Hulu, Odd Squad on PBS, Dino Dana on Amazon, and all sorts of amazing stuff, including some interactive YouTube shorts for Gabby Duran and Unsitables, great show. And she's also directed lots of really great films for Hallmark, Lifetime, and all sorts of international broadcasters. She's also the rep for all of the directors in British Columbia. So if you have a problem in BC, you call Heather, and a huge champion for our industry in BC. So I hand it over to you, Heather, to run this panel.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Zach. And thank you everybody for being here. If you've been here all weekend, you've already heard some pretty fabulous panels. I'm excited that we get to do this panel really on the best uses of virtual production. So it's going to touch on a bunch of things that you've questions that you probably have already had. I'm going to start by introducing our panelists. We'll do a couple of the heavy lifting panelists who have been on panels before this one. Let's start with Sonia. Sonia is our virtual production supervisor for Industrial Light and Magic. If you were just watching the one just before this, you would have seen her on it. Hello again, Sonia. Thank you for joining us.
Hi.
Hi. For those folks who weren't at the previous panel, just give us a line or two of who you are or some of the shows that you've worked on.
Yeah, so my name is Sonia Contreras, and I'm a virtual production supervisor with ILM. I've been with ILM I started with ILM in traditional post VFX and sort of switched over to the world of virtual production around the time of season 2 of Mandalorian, and I've been with it ever since. I've done projects of different scales with ILM, and I've been fortunate enough to be able to go to a lot of our various facilities around the world. So yeah, it's been a fun time.
Yay, Sonia. Thank you very much for that. Now we're going to go to Dan Phil. Dan Phil is going to join us as well in this panel. He is a president of Dark Slope. They also have a ton of experience in this space and is going to be able to do a good job of really talking about some of the different scenarios and contexts in which you want to do virtual production. Hello, Dan, can you give us a little bit about what you're doing and what kind of shows you've been working on?
Hey, thanks so much for everyone coming out, especially on a Sunday. That's really awesome. As I said, my name is Dan. Our studio basically produces games and television productions. Most of the games are originally for theme parks, so super nerdy, free roam VR experiences in warehouses. And most of our television production is using virtual production techniques. If it's in some cases, it's just literally retargeted animation. So using motion capture and running it through the game engine. And at the moment, we're working on a series for NBC Peacock for preschoolers.
Yay. Now let's bring back one of our hardworking panelists who, if you saw the panel before this, you saw him. Richard is the executive producer of virtual production for MELS. And we're going to get Richard to reintroduce himself in case some of you are joining us and weren't here for the past panel. Both Richard and Sonia did a fantastic job on that panel too. So excited to hear what else they have to say. Hello, Richard.
Hi, how are you? Okay, so I'm sorry I did cut for a second, but I guess I'll just introduce myself. I'm Richard Cormier. I'm the VP of Creative Services at MELS and EP for virtual production. And I promise this is the last background I'm going to bring up this weekend because we're running out of backgrounds. So we're glad to be here with my colleagues, and let's go at it.
We're glad to have you and love the slow movement. Okay, let's bring up Dieter. He is our remaining panelist on this great hour we're about to do with you. He is a virtual art department supervisor and is going to come at his answers from that point of view. He's been doing that for a while and has some pretty good stories that I'm going to hint at right now that we're going to get a chance to talk about. Dieter, why don't you give us a line or two about yourself and some of the stuff that you've been working on?
Thank you very much, Heather. Can you hear me there?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much for having me. I'm Dieter McGowan, like you said. I'm part of BAT supervision here at Pixamondo Toronto. Have some experience in visual effects, like working in movies like Wonder Woman. Also have experience working in TV shows like The Mandalorian and Star Trek Discovery and Strange New Worlds. And I've been working on virtual production for the last couple of years. First, I started doing it as DMP supervisor, and last year I did the move as BAT supervisor. So I guess that's pretty much. Thank you for having me.
All right, so we've got another great international panel with folks from folks from Vancouver and Toronto and Montreal. Let's get started. Let's dive right in. Let's go big with virtual production. And through the course of this, we'll talk about really big shows, and then we'll talk about some smaller shows. The thing that Zach said that I was a part of was a micro short. So it's a short that was like just over a minute long and shot in 2 hours in a volume studio that went on to win a whole bunch of awards. So virtual production can be used for the very tiniest of productions and the big productions. But let's start big because that's fun. So Sonia and Dieter, I'm going to start with you both. Sonia, you worked on huge movies, as we talked about, like The Ant-Man and the Wasp. Dieter, you've worked on the big TV shows, like you were saying, all the Star Trek franchise series, Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Strange New World. When you're coming to decide, Sonia, we'll start with you. When you're coming to decide what parts of the script should be shot in a volume studio, which versus what you're going to do practically, when you start looking at the script like that, what are the things that you're looking for? What helps decide how you should shoot?
Yeah. So not specific to Ant-Man, it was Quantumania, the most recent one that we worked on in virtual production in London. But yeah, not specific to that particular project, but what some of the things that we look at are when we're evaluating the script are just the type of environment that that it's going to be. There's and I'm sure we'll dive into that a little bit more, but there's environments that are well suited for the volume and some that are just not as well suited for the volume. So that's a big consideration. Other things that we consider are things like page count. Is it even worth it to build an environment in the volume? Is it just a small amount? Is it just really small page count that is not going to make sense to shoot in the volume? Or maybe it's a different approach that we would take with a smaller page count. But those are, and then and obviously, like there's in terms of the type of what we're going to be using in the volume when we're looking at that environment. We take a look at the time of day. Is it interior? Is it exterior? Are there reflective surfaces that are going to be part of this environment? And if so, then those are some of the things that make it really a good contender for being in the volume. Mandalorian, like I said, though not the only thing that that ILM's worked on, but it's one of the ones that's been really successful because we are leveraging the fact that the volume is giving all of those nice reflections on Mando's suit, things that are really difficult to achieve with traditional blue screen and green screen approaches, which are still sometimes things that we rely on, obviously as we're making visual effects. The volume is a tool, so we're really just trying to figure out with each particular production, how can we help the production meet the goals of what they're trying to do and help them find solutions. That's what we look for.
That's a great overview of it, and you kind of touched on a bunch of things that I'm going to want to come back to. So I want all the panelists to kind of think of that. I'm going to come back and talk to you about sort of making those decisions, interior shooting versus exterior shooting and page count, when that does make the most sense. And then we'll talk more about the reflective surfaces, because that is one of the big reasons why you pick a volume over a screen. Those of us who have been in the world before realize that the green screen that you see behind Daniel, it can do a fantastic job of replacing things out, but the DP struggles with the green being reflective in some of the things. And again, it doesn't mean you can't then color it out in paint, but that's one more step you have to do. So it's a combination of in-camera effects, which is the really great part of it. You're actually seeing where everything is, and this sort of green spill. So Richard and Dan, keep thinking about this as well, because I'll come to you folks on it. But Dieter, I want to go to you first because you're doing television series, so that the turnaround time is quicker than some of the stuff that Sonia gets to work on sometimes. So talk to me about timelines and how do you make that work in television for virtual production?
Well, at Pixmondo, like you said, we've been working on shows like Star Trek Discovery, and Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Definitely, the deadlines are a little bit tighter, I guess, than it would be in feature films. The good thing is that we are now getting to be part of the planning of the virtual production. So now the client would reach out to us at the very early stages of the pre-production, and then they will consult with us whether there are some parts or some other parts would be used in virtual production for certain environments, or if they should go with a more traditional approach. So in these meetings, they would talk to us and say like, hey, I have this idea, I have these certain environments, for example, and they will be asking if it's possible to have like water, if it's possible to do jungles, if they can have more interactivity or have the storage on the environments. And sometimes even the scripts aren't even done for the episodes. So Pixmondo has the opportunity to advise on what would be the best uses for ICVFX in this case, depending on the needs of the story, which can result in a higher chance to have in-camera violence, obviously, which means that the client can avoid having to fix things that didn't go very well in virtual production. And that way they can avoid doing it in post-production, right? And part of this is precisely the planning. Initially, when we get involved in these early stages of the process, we start looking for different factors that are going to help us optimize the time that we have and also the budget. Because also there is going to be limitations in virtual production, and sometimes we are limited by the hardware and the software that we have to develop certain environments. And so there are certain factors that us and the filmmakers or the client need to look for in in the process to make the best decision and decide if they can go with virtual production or if they should go with traditional ICVFX. Maybe talking about some of these factors that we're looking for to make sure that we are on time and we're in budget. It's usually, like Sonia was mentioning, we will be looking into the length of the scenes. Because this is episodic, if you are looking into scenes that are very short or you wouldn't be seeing at the environment very long, sometimes it doesn't make sense to actually make the investment and do like a brand new 3D environment. But if in the other case you have, you will be revisiting the environment many times during the episode or even different seasons, and having different lighting scenarios in the same environment, shooting in different spots of the environment, then it makes total sense for us to do virtual production. So we also look at the factors like lighting. Is it going to be like overcast? Is it going to be like a daylight? Usually when it's bright daylight, we normally try to avoid it because it's very hard to mimic the parallel light from the sun with just using the practical lights and the volume lights. So we normally would recommend, like, maybe it's not the best approach, but if it's the case of overcast, for example, or interiors, then definitely that's something that can be managed easily with practical lights and LED lights, of course. We also start looking for the possibility of having physical background elements that can help us blend the virtual environment with the relocation or with the practical stage. Also, you were mentioning about the having reflective surfaces on the stage. That's also usually something that when we see it, it's okay, maybe this is a good case for going for visual production, or even props that can be very reflective. Then it's something, of course, like, okay, this would be a good use, right? Also, we look for the actions that that's going to be performing, like the actor. Sometimes they have to be running, they have to be huge fights, and sometimes because you are constrained by the size of the volume, it's like, okay, maybe we need to find a way to fake it, or maybe this is not going to be a good use. So that's something that we also need to look into. Atmospherics, the fact that you can keep the contrast in your screen. Sometimes lights can get in the way of keeping the high contrast of the wall, which can create a separation between the stage and the LED wall. Good uses when we normally see like the environment requires endless sunsets, or there's dangerous locations, or vehicle processes, or talent logistical limitations that we need to move them to different locations. Then when we see this, it's like, okay, this is probably a good chance. So there are many factors that go into it, and unfortunately now we have the chance to start like very early in the process. So we start detecting what's going to be useful and what's going to be useful, and depending on those recommendations that sometimes we do, or what the script demands, then we're able to give a good advice and say like, okay, we think this is a good approach and we should go to virtual production, and this is definitely going to save you time. Or there are sometimes when we say like, you know what, it's probably just better to look for a location, and it's going to be cheaper and it's going to be faster, and don't bother making a huge investment in time and money by building something that you won't really be reusing that much.
All right, so that's fantastic. And again, a lot of information coming in one fell swoop. To sort of sum up some of it, nobody on this panel is saying that you should use virtual production all the time. It really is something that is scene specific to what is best for what you're trying to do, that there are a variety of factors that you're going to look into. And sometimes like a too long of a page count or too short of a page count means that you don't want to do it, but sometimes you do. If you have 1/8 of a page in a kitchen and it's the only time you're in a kitchen in that entire episode, and you can bring in some practical kitchen counters and some practical elements that will allow you to do a virtual kitchen, you're actually going to save yourself time and money than having to go to that kitchen. If it's big, vast, wide shots that you're looking for, that's not always your best use, because that you want to try to do on location, and then you want to, you know, come a little bit closer for some of the other things. Basically, it's about making your decision early, or not even making your decision, bringing in experts early to help you make that decision. Richard, do you want to talk a little bit about that too? Like, what kind of things are you all thinking when you're helping clients decide what to do, and when you yourself are deciding what to do?
Well, it's kind of a sort of straightforward straightforward process in a sense that it's going to be about money, logistics, and lead time. And actually one big consideration, so in the mix of logistics slash, how much you want to do in a day, yes, the pages, but one thing that we didn't talk much maybe is what we call here the elephant in the room, or what we call feet on the ground. So in what we do, you see me, I'm on a virtual setup, and it's good because you won't see my feet, right? And it's a good thing because I'm on cement, so it'd be not totally cool. So, but in part of the, to make this simple is money, logistics, lead time, and how much of a set we'll have to build, and what tricks can we make. So that's kind of, it boils down to that, and usually it does simplify the conversation. The thing that we work a lot with the producers is there's a lot of stuff they would not think. It's not obvious. You read the script, and again, we need to understand we've been shooting for 100 years. Normal stuff, it works, and there's so many scenes now that we read in the script. It says, "Are you sure you want to go and block that street for real? We can go and shoot plates and just shoot it on stage." Oh yeah, right. Okay, you want a magic hour. So there's all kinds of script considerations that are like sort of plain and slash boring, and you would not consider. It has to do with weather contingencies, security, permits, and all kinds of stuff. So we go like, are you sure you want to go through that thing? Or you can come and shoot on stage and not have to worry about contingency, permits, and security, Maybe later on I can show you an example of, again, a good application of VP, super simple, low budget, that people are using because of contingency, permit, and logistics.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to do. I want to go to Dan, and then I'm going to go back through each of you and ask for specific examples of what is something that you took a look at a script and you were like, this should be done in a virtual production studio, and this is why. And what did you look at and actually tell someone, no, this isn't it? And you don't have to name it, the project, if you don't want to, but tell us what the scene was and what were the parameters that made you decide yes or no to virtual reality. Or virtual production. Dan, tell me about your world. What are you? There's a lot of similarities in what people are looking for and what they're deciding on when to shoot. Same with you, or is there anything new that you want to tell us about?
Just one of the considerations is also about whether this is a multicam shoot or not, because a lot of the work that's being done in drama that we're talking about here, there's huge advantages of tracking a single camera and capturing and moving the light, and having those reflections. But when you're working with some of the projects that we're doing, which we're calling hyper reality, where it's a multi-camera shoot, and we're retargeting data between the real world and a fully animated environment, it's not, it's obviously not always the best because you've got kind of limitations around that as well. And then you end up in some cases almost treating the LED volume like it's a green screen, but it's still super cool when it's got all kinds of other advantages, but you're sort of losing that advantage of being able to track the camera. And instead we're putting the energy into tracking the humans or projectiles. We're wearing mocap suits and that. So that's another consideration, but I think it's been covered pretty well. I think in most cases, you take a look and you say, does this make more sense to shoot it on location? What are the advantages to that? In some cases, if there's a lot of interactivity that needs to happen with the environment around the individuals, obviously, on location can sometimes be your best option. In terms of virtual production, as everyone has been saying, you've got control of the light. You can change the sets quickly. You can build realistic things in front. You can add digital humans behind. So of course, we're all drinking the Kool-Aid pretty heavily on VP, but we also are honest enough to take a look at situations and say, in some cases, green screen is actually the cheaper option and will do the trick for you. So I think most people here are pretty reasonable about looking at that. And, you don't want to add levels of complication and forcing it into VP just because you have the ability to do so.
Yeah, that's a great point. And those of you who've been watching all weekend have gleaned some of this. Those of you who are just turning in now and will be watching the rest, just want to make sure that you realize that what the virtual production screens give you is the ability to light, yes, both practically, and you can use a light source coming from the actual screen itself. You can also turn the screen into a green screen, if indeed that is the best way to use it. And to just go off of one of the things that Richard was saying, when you're deciding whether or not to use it, part of your dollar conversation is it a shot that includes the feet? So do you need a virtual reality on the floor, or are you able to do a practical floor that's going to look the same, or are all your shots sort of cowboying up, 3/4 and up? So there's a lot of different things to weigh in on there. So let's go back and get some more specific with examples. Sonia, what's something that you thought was, yeah, we have to do it on this, and something that you were like, nope, don't do it?
Well, I think there's some again, and it goes back to how long are we going to be in this environment? Is this an environment that we could shoot on location? Some examples, for instance, are on the Batman, the recent one with Matt Reeves. It's like we had this scene that was going to be like they're standing on a skyscraper and they're in magic hour, and we need to be able to be in magic hour for longer than is going to be physically possible to do on location. And that's the kind of that work that makes sense to do in the volume, because you can control the environment, you can control the lighting. Other examples are, for instance, on Midnight Sky with George Clooney, like the location was Iceland and the Aurora Borealis. So again, the lighting conditions that are really typically hard to control, and the footprint that's really hard to take your entire crew or hire locally. Instead of that, you send some artists, you shoot plates on location, and then you bring that into the volume. Obviously, a little bit better conditions on the soundstage than it would be to be in Iceland for the full duration of that, or that scene, or that shoot. So and then there's other considerations that also that we sometimes it might not be the entirety of a show. It might just make sense to do certain bits of it. Like I said, location or lighting are factors, reflective surfaces are factors. If they're already building an environment, which was the case in Midnight Sky, they were already going to be building this office, and it was just like, okay, well, we became involved in part of the planning process and said, you don't need to bring the office into our retrofitted into one of our existing volumes. We can help plan that and design an LED space that works for your set, and so we can bring LEDs to another location. We call these bespoke volumes that we sort of fit to the particular needs of the production. More recently, for instance, the kind of work that we've done is we also work on other types of episodics. Like we did some work on Jeff Bridges' the Old Man, and it was there was some footage or a scene where they were out in the desert, and it's work. You're there in a car, and they were going to be so there's a lot of dialogue. So it made sense to do some of that work on location, perhaps when stunts were involved, when it's the exterior work, but then to also be able to shoot some of those plates out at that same location and bring it back into the volume, where we were able to then run 20-minute takes and restart the process, like the footage that was playing behind them. So again, it's sometimes it reduces the cost, sometimes it's just accessibility to the location, sometimes it's the lighting environment that is more controllable in the volume, or when I say volume, in the LED space, let's call it that, because it doesn't necessarily have to be a standing volume. It can be something that is designed bespoke for that particular production. All of this again just becomes part of that planning process, and the stages, the LEDs, I see them as more, again, a solution to try to help filmmakers achieve what they're trying to do and sometimes it's making it more cost effective, making it more accessible. It's just a tool as with any other tool. And we just try to help figure out the best use of the tool and how that works for that film or whatever feature would be.
Yeah, I think you said a bunch of things that are really clear there and key. And one of the things I want to thank you for is being specific, because giving a specific example just helps, you know, all of our folks that are watching be more visual. Unless, of course, you have playback, also good. But if not, the specificity is really great. So thank you for that. Talking about lighting, I, early on in my career, did a movie called Love at Sunset Terrace. And I wish they had called it Love at the Lake, because you could shoot the lake any time of day, and sunset, you have about 45 minutes. So being in a volume studio would have saved my literal life. So if you're gonna do a movie again called Love at Sunset Terrace, I think you should do it in a volume. And again, like you say, we say volume studio, but just know that we're sometimes using those terms interchangeably. It really is LED, because it doesn't have to be a standing set at all times. It often is, but doesn't have to be. And some of the smaller ones, like here in Vancouver, there's like a single panel at Emily Carr. There's a few panels at one of the other spots in town, and then there's like a bigger setup with floor in another. So you really can find what works best for you. So that's important to kind of go for that. If you guys are also looking for a specific example when it comes to car driving, which again, may I just say that when I'm shooting these 15-day movies and there's a car scene, the first thing I try to do is write out the car scene, because if a car scene can't be done in a volume, why are you doing a car scene? No, you can obviously do your car scenes using the trailer and driving it through and stuff like that. But if you're on a lower budget one, you know, will you be able to do hostess trays? Can you put a camera up top? If you can get into a volume studio, you're going to be able to do all of that. And again, when we talk about reflections, it's a beautiful thing. You can shoot the rear view mirror and see what's going by them. I bring up cars specifically because if you stick around after our panel, the virtual production house, which is based here in Vancouver, is going to take the audience through a car comp. So you're actually going to see exactly how that works. And let me tell you, you're going to write car scenes in if you have access to a volume, and out if you don't. Dieter, can you give us some specifics from your world of things that you were like, okay, this worked particularly well, and maybe the producer didn't even think of it at first, or it was a good idea, and something that you talked them out of, that they were like, oh, this should be volume, and a reason why you said no?
Well, the thing about shows like Star Trek is that these shows most of the time happen in worlds that are very different to ours, right? Like they go to different places that it would be practically impossible to find a location that resembles to anything that you would see in the concept art. So these kind of shows open the possibility to actually explore virtual production and create these very specific and beautiful scenarios that sometimes they have. Sometimes you will find like very colorful styles, or sometimes the action will be happening in space, and you will be seeing like the nebulas. You will be seeing different suns, different moons, different stars. And also, for example, the shows also, there are some persecution sometimes in space vehicles, if you will, and it requires to see sometimes warp effects, and sometimes the spaceships also are reflective, right? They have reflective materials. So especially in those situations, it's been very, very useful, and it's definitely, you have to do it in virtual production, because you will have this perfect reflection from in the ship happening, and also you will be seeing the effect happening at the wall. So I think those are one of the most successful shots that we have done, or environments that we have done in virtual production, especially for those kind of playback effects for spaceships, or even for interiors, right? When maybe they're in a spaceship and through the walls you can see the space, or you can see the warp effect happening there. So those work very, very well. And you don't have to wait until post-production to have that happen. Like you can see it right there while you are shooting. But also there are different challenges that also we have faced. Like for example, foliage is something that comes up often, and usually we can be very careful of it, but we have managed to achieve it. And that's the beautiful thing about virtual production, that there are many ways that you can achieve the trick, and not everything has to be always like a 3D build. You can get away with pre-render assets as well. You can do 2.5 projections. You can do 2D plates. It's just a matter of finding the best way to achieve that illusion that the LED wall is pretty much just going to amplify. But definitely these shows, especially the sci-fi shows, give a great opportunity for virtual production.
Yeah, I think it screams out for it. I'm going to follow up with 2 questions, and then I also want to let our audience know that please type stuff into the question and answer. And I already see something there from Jim. We'll make sure that we leave some time closer to the end but not at the very end. Make sure that we get the questions answered, because I think it's important to hear from you guys too, what you are hoping to hear, specific questions to our panelists. For you right now, Dieter, I have 2 questions. One is on the Star Trek shows that you're referring to. What percentage of an episode is shot in a volume versus practically? Roughly, on average.
It's I would say that it's not that, because usually there are very specific shots for those I don't know. I don't want to give like a very rough number.
It's not
about
half the show. It's not a quarter of the show. It's pieces. Yeah, okay.
It wouldn't be not that half the show, but the advantage, like I was mentioning before about doing it, is that you can revisit that environment later on, and not even only in the episode, but in later episodes or different seasons, right? So sometimes you finish one season, then the other one starts. You see this, you can see the script like, oh, we're coming back to this environment, but now the client wants to have a different lighting, or there's a different condition for this environment, right? Or it's going to be a different hotspot. So that's when it starts becoming more beneficial.
Yes.
Think about virtual production rather than going for the traditional way. So that's one of the benefits, and it's getting more and more successful precisely because Pixelmon is getting more involved in the early stages, so the planning gets better, right? And it's all about the planning. So if you manage to do like a successful plan in your shoot, you increase the chances of having in-camera finals for the show.
And that's the most exciting part, is that the director and of course producers, creators, showrunners, everybody is able to see what it's actually going to look like, as opposed to, no, imagine this later. But you brought up a good question about timing. This will be my last question for you, and then I'm going to move on to Richard so we can see his example. So let's take those shows specifically, or shows like those. How far in advance did Pixelmundo get involved, or how far in advance would you like to be involved?
Sometimes it can be actually a few months. When they start just thinking about the ideas. Like I mentioned, sometimes there's not even scripts written yet or finished. So it's that early when the clients start coming, talking to the VFX supervisor, to the head of lab, head of VP, and start talking is like, hey, we have this idea, but we don't know if it's a good fit for virtual production, because we want to, and because also they want to push more the kind of things that we get to see on the wall, right? Which is great. Sometimes they want to be more interactive. Sometimes they want to have crowds behind, maybe. Sometimes they want to have water. So it's getting earlier and earlier in the process that we are getting involved with the client, which again, it's great because now we're part of this process, which before it was impossible. Before just doing VFX, you would be at the tail of the whole process. And they will be like, this is what we want, and that's it. And you don't get to be part of that creative process, which now virtual production is opening the doors for us to do it.
Absolutely. And I think what everybody, like, this weekend is about demystifying this process more than anything else, and about learning additional tips and tricks as you do things. In a demystify the process sense, it really is just reaching out to a professional to help you decide what are the pieces and financially what makes the most sense to do it. Later on, we'll talk about if we have time, that it's not just dollar financially, it's also what's best for the environment. Richard, what have you got for us?
Oh, I'm just going to show you an example, then I'll describe it quickly. And again, it goes to, trying to optimize either a budget and see the where and how it comes and support the storytelling. So without further ado, I'll show you this and I'll explain it super quickly after.
Is it good? It changed my perception of filmmaking. Oh, what is it about? Virtual production. Oh yeah, the LED wall technology thing. That's right. Does it really work? Of course it does. How? Don't you see? Just look around you. You would never know the difference between reality and virtuality. You should try it sometime. Don't be afraid.
So the reason why I want to share this is, again, simple, there's nothing to it. Basically, this is a test we did. It's not for real production, so I can talk about it as much as I want. We shot the performance, the wide angle, once or twice, and that was it. And the only thing that is real there is the actors and the bench. And then we just shot plates super quickly, B unit, click, 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 click. And then we came back on stage here and we reshot the entire thing, but with close-ups and so on and so forth. So what you see is actually, it's an edit where we go from VP to virtual, from VP to virtual, from VP. So, I'll let directors and producers run their imagination, but yeah, if you want to block Fifth Avenue, New York, or Yonge Street, or Hastings Street in Vancouver, or not sure which one. Anyway, one of those. You can close it for an hour, that's one thing. Close it for the entire day, that might be a different thing. And this is where, again, we cannot re-emphasize. It's like, well, people would get this out of the script, right? It's like, there's no way we have the time nor the budget to go through all those things of security and permits and time. And so that's a very simple example of what a volume, I just realized this weekend, we say ICVFX, volume, VP. I think they all apply. But that's a good use of the volume that we are pushing our directors and projects to use more, and they do cost displacement and then they apply those savings into other shots, which is kind of cool. So I just wanted to share this with the group.
Yeah, it's a perfect share because, again, you even saw in the video that they ran before our panel is that one of the directors, the thing that he was sort of most blown away by is how quick you can do a turnaround. And it's because you're not turning around your lighting, you're just turning around the volume. You're just literally making a different background there and taking some of your foreground pieces and changing them, and you're able to shoot it very efficiently once you've shot plates. So it's about shooting those plates. And like you say, shooting those plates means you need to shut down the area for a day, not for a week, which is Deadpool money. So if you're not working on that show, it's a little bit tougher. That was great, Richard. Thank you very much. And in the chat, there's a high-res link to one of the things we've been talking about as well. Dan, what do you want to fill us in on in that world too?
Yeah, so for a lot of the work we're doing real-time retargeting. So what we're trying to do is see humans in real life and watching them retarget as animated characters in the same environment. And so for us, we've got a really kind of adorable shoot we just completed where we had a bunch of preschoolers in oversized mocap suits, basically, and they are controlling animated characters with their bodies. And what we like is that juxtaposition where we can see these kids and behind them it's the exact same environment that we're seeing in the fully animated world. So which is of course heightened with VFX. So For us, that's the kind of decisions that we're making, is that to try and be in a position where that 1-to-1 ratio is going to work out really well. And, that works well when you have sort of limited spaces for things. It seems to be kind of a good use of that. But yeah, so, later on when we talk about some of the things that we're working on, you'll notice there's a pattern of a lot of these ones where it's basically a retargeting component of the process for us.
Well, let's stick with that right now. Why don't you talk about, because some of the stuff you're doing now is, using it in the kids space and using it in unscripted. And I think that's new information for a lot of our audience, because when this technology first came and we all heard about The Mandalorian, so yay for that, Sonia's team, and we were all like, that's the greatest thing ever, we must do this, but we must do this. And we thought if we were doing something sci-fi, or if we were doing something really huge. And what we're here saying is, sure, absolutely, but you can also do it, you can use it in almost everything you do once you've done the work to find out if it makes sense for that script, that budget level, all of those kind of things. So Dan, why don't you tell us a little bit about using this in unscripted, in kids TV, in ways we may not have thought of earlier?
Sure. Well, I'll post a little something to watch later in here, which is something we did with Insight Productions, and I'll share screen and just show some stills if you guys are good with that. Just give me 1 second here.
And Insights, that folks know, is sort of one of the bigger production companies in Canada. They do like the bigger award shows, Amazing Race, Big Brother, those kind of things.
Yeah. So this is actually the one that we were just talking about, which is this fantasy fulfillment. You control your animated characters. It was adorable. It was super crazy fun. So in this case, we're dealing with LED volume and real-time retargeting. The project that we worked on with Insight, which the link is in there, is called Speedrun. And effectively what we've got here is it's kind of a show, sort of like Wipeout or Floor's Lava, except the participants are all wearing VR headsets. They're wearing haptic vests and gloves so they can feel things that don't actually exist. They're wearing motion tracking suits, and we created a level design tool. So they're basically running around an empty warehouse, but in real time, it's retargeting their data onto an avatar that they control with their body. And so it uses our sort of game mechanic side of things as well, so that basically they can get hit by fire, they can get hit by things. And because, again, they're wearing the haptics, they actually feel this stuff, which we think gives a more sort of authentic response to what's going on. So what's cool about it is that it allows us to vary the level every single week. You can be inside the human body, you can be in space. This is a cyber medieval one, and we can create new levels in very short periods of time. Oh, did you have questions?
Yeah, no, keep going, that's great.
Again, this is just sort of an example of something that we shot in front of volume. It's basically a hybrid of, like, let's call it Street Fighter meets MMA fighting. So we've got these guys here who are wearing mocap suits and are, kicking the crap out of each other, and then they retarget in real time as animated characters as well. And there's sort of almost like Street Fighter style scoring that's occurring. And so that's just another sort of competition sports style activity. This is something we just shot recently as well, kind of similar. Again, we're in this case here, it's sort of almost like a dodgeball style experience. The players and the projectiles are being motion tracked. So in real life, we've got a stage that replicates what you see in a full Unreal animated world. But those kind of frisbees and things they have look wicked in animation because the target's the same, and they, have got crazy VFX that are layered on top of them in the animated world. And then some different stuff you mentioned before, like we created a Transformers Decepticon Invasion 4-person VR multiplayer simulation ride. And again, it's not obviously LED volume, but we consider it virtual production because it's still using, motion tracking as well as the Unreal production pipeline. And then on the lowest end, we're just, finishing up a series right now that's shot. It's all animated. We basically have got performance artists that look the same as these characters on this show, and we just retarget their data in real time as animated characters. And that's sort of shot,
Okay, so let me just ask you about that. So when you're saying retargeting, it means you're taking actual people and you've got like the balls on them or whatever, you're getting them to do the motions and then you're turning that into their animated character?
Exactly right. Yeah. And so what's kind of interesting about that is that it creates an animated program, but it's shot very much like live action. Like we have a choreographer and we used a bunch of performers, including some of the dancers, like the Raptors dancers and that. And that all of that physical movement is basically being captured in real time. And the thing is that's amazing about Unreal as a tool and Unity as well, but is that, of course, we have unlimited camera options as well. So we can do all kinds of crazy things that you would never conceive of it with a linear normal animation production pipeline. So in this case here, it's just a completely different kind of production team. We have very few animators that are involved, like they're doing basically intersection cleanup. There are some obviously quadruped and weird things that are flying around that they need to do. But for the most part, most of the animation is being captured by motion capture.
That's fabulous. I love that. And Zach's going to join us again and we'll go through some questions. There's one that is asking about acting units pushing back at all with screens, like the one that you were showing, Richard, since their impression was that it wasn't BG performers walking past, but actual people that were just captured at the time. That's not how that works. You are shutting down the street. You're putting your background performers in and you're shooting that plate. So it's not like a factual show or whatever, where you're just whoever's there is fair use. They are still using actual performers, and your director or second unit director is directing those plates. And so everyone is fully union and all good there. Zach, over to you. You guys have been fabulous so far. Thank you very much for that. It feels like we could talk forever. Zach, over to you for some of the questions.
Yeah, so as always, I think the last panel, we didn't have anyone raise their hand. So I'm looking for some raised hands on this one, maybe 2 this time so we can get our average up. All right, we got Ryan Singh. And I'm gonna, while we bring in a few people that raised their hands, ask one question. I'm curious, when I looked at a demo a few years ago now with the team that was working on Mandalorian, the Lex Machina team, and they were using, there's a question here about VR headsets, and they were using the headsets for virtual scouting. Is that something that's still done these days? Or maybe Sonia, if you want to talk about what virtual scouting sort of is in the process?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. We use the technology that exists out there. VR scouting is part of the longer process. Is you have your VAD face, your virtual art department that helps with this planning process of how where we're going to drop the LED panels, for instance, or how we're going to shoot it. And sometimes part of that is blocking out your camera angles. It's essentially like a previs type phase. So you can use VR goggles to become enter the world that is being created, and then and determine what you're going to want to do. So it's basically the digital way of going to a location.
I've seen some cool demos where multiple people with headsets are in the environment pointing, hey, what if we shot over here? And then all the virtual heads go over there and yeah, we could do here. And then let's move that rock a little closer and this will be real and that'll be fake, and it's all happening in the virtual space, which is pretty cool. Ryan, you have a question.
Yes, my question is, now that we've got these plays that could be directed and you're having background players playing, now you can play that performance over and over again over multiple days and multiple series. How do you compensate for the actors? How do we compensate for the actors' performances over a number of episodes that could be reused in these virtual plays?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not sure if the panel here has that answer. I think it's this, it's the same as if you were doing playback on set of an element that you had captured and it was just on someone's screen. My assumption is that their performance within the episode is paid for within the way that the guilds work. But the fact that you're playing it back over multiple shooting days, I don't think comes into it, but it's a very interesting world. I know one of the other interesting elements is some virtual sets actually have virtual BG. So, you might have, I know Pixamundo did a stadium show and had a whole bunch of soccer players on the ground in the foreground. And then obviously the background was made up of CG background of cheering, people. And so there's the opportunity that in some ways, could affect the actual amount of background players being hired, but also probably you wouldn't have been able to fill a stadium with all those people anyway. So it's sort of, it's definitely an interesting world where you can, and then I know others that you shoot people on little green cards while your background like you normally would in a show, but then you comp those into the 3D environment as 2.5D cards, and you can have your background in the environment and move them around and have them sort of doing loops perfectly.
I'm pretty sure that's what Ted Lasso does. So Ted Lasso has some real, and then they just sort of cut and paste throughout.
Yeah, so background is definitely a really interesting world. Thank you, Ryan, for that question. We also have
all over it.
Yeah. Penny, you have a question.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and give you as real an example as possible, because as I think my way through trying to get footage of the Newfoundland East Coast, there's a very specific look I'm after, but don't want to shoot the whole thing there. As I think about your talks about how quick it is to turn around and do the reverse, what if the reverse isn't exactly what you're looking for? How easily is it to match up an environment that I would prefer, rather than turning around the East Coast of Newfoundland, looking at what's behind me, realizing that's not actually what I'm after? Is that asking for too much?
Sonia's dying to help you out there.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the kind of thing that we've done a lot of. And I guess I would ask, what is the environment that you want? Maybe you want the coast on one end and you want like the Alps on the other side. It's like, and as part of the planning process, when we start to decide what those environments look like, we will say, okay, well, we'll figure out a way to get you the coast from Miami or whatever, and I wouldn't really go together well, but let's just say for argument's sake that's what we're doing. Then we would we can put together that type of environment as in the traditional the way that we would normally put that together in a traditional post VFX world, and then we bring that environment into the volume. But that environment doesn't necessarily have to be a 3D environment. It can still be part of a 2D approach. So there's just different ways that we would again, we would take the script and figure out what it is and figure out what the location is, what we're trying to see on this end and what we're trying to see on the reverse, and then we'll the cool thing is nowadays, with all of us here, is that we have a lot of people that are involved in the process that have that can contribute to that creative creative problem solving and finding creative solutions for, and we can offer suggestions.
Because Penny, the turnaround doesn't have to be what the real life turnaround is, as long as you're okay with the audience who knows what that real life turnaround is, not seeing that. That's the cool thing, is in the volume, they can build whatever you want that actual turnaround to be. So it can be the shot you want on one side, and then the turnaround is whatever you want to see on the other side.
Right. And the lighting isn't as critical, or you will match it. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to match it. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we would design the lighting so that we would match it exactly. And then for us in the actual operation on a shoot day, what that looks like, it really is just boom, spin the world. And then and sometimes there's other considerations, I guess, to be taken into account. The practical set pieces, we might need to actually move those around as well. But it does become a lot faster, and it does kind of help speed up the shooting day.
Brilliant, thank you.
Yeah, Dieter, do you want to maybe talk about something that really blew my mind about, I know that the Star Trek team in their VAD built a lot of the sets to be symmetrical, so that when the world was turning around, the set pieces didn't need to be moved. Do you want to maybe talk a little about that process?
Well, yeah, there's one of the things that it's part of the planning as well that comes in, like having usually stuff that is symmetrical helps also the process, because then you can even mirror stuff, right? You don't have to build everything completely. We have also cases where sometimes you have to build just one angle or a few angles that will need to be pretty much shot, but sometimes you have to, the client wants to reverse things. So you have to plan it that way. And usually having symmetrical designs help precisely to speed up the process, right? Because you know what the composition is going to be and what's really needed for that. Specifically, like I'm trying to think right now, any of those cases that we have done. I don't know if you have something right now in mind, Zach, or some episode that you might want to
remember in the stuff we did, we had symmetry, but I remember, I think Matt Middleton talking about this set that had like 6 alien cages, you know, and some rocks around them. And even though the rocks weren't perfectly symmetrically mirrored from one side of the set to the other, they're abstract enough that you couldn't really tell in your mind. But the cages were sort of symmetrical, so that when you do a French reverse and you spin the world around the cages, because what's on the screen is so dramatically different, even though the cages are the same, it looks like you've turned around even though you haven't. Which meant that you didn't have to move these massive, you know, 8x8 cages all around different positions on the set, which is a very interesting way of thinking of turnarounds.
And it's precisely comes down to the planning, exactly, and the design process. This is when you have to think about the shots or the kind of angles that you want to have, and precisely you can have those kind of symmetrical things that it doesn't always work. It has to be like a very specific environment where it's like, I would think precisely man-built or more hard surface stuff. If you're thinking about something more natural, more organic, it's probably going to be different. But like that, I think I know which one you're talking about, and that's a good case where you can use that or even reutilize assets easily to get that impression and improve and speed up the process of the shooting and also the process of building the environment.
Yeah. Richard, did you want to show us another cool thing there? Is it
No, well, I just no, I'm not playing around. I was just listening carefully to the question, and this is actually an example of a very symmetrical set. And for those purpose, it was a one-day shoot, so there's a lot to cover. So this is just an example of a symmetrical setup that was built, and it was on purpose. So the original set design was not such, but we, again, that's what we do, right? We say, hey, it's not going to fit, buddy. So you need to go symmetrical if you want to get through the day and on budget. So, and it's cool. It's a great conversation. Understand, make sure we understand either the creative vision or the storytelling. In this case, it's a commercial. I'm not sure about the storytelling, but definitely about the aesthetics and what they were trying to achieve. So I just want to share this with the group.
Example.
I love
that example. Parallax with the distance, with the space station and the rings and the distance as you move there. You can really see the difference in parallax between the window panes and the distant sky. I just want to get to one last question before we got to move on. So Joel or Joelle, go ahead.
Awesome. So I sort of started the question with Daniel, but I'd really love everybody to get all of your feedback on this. Because what we're talking about is actually extremely old technology, and I'm trying to gauge how far we've come in the last 9 years. So everybody knows of Defiance, which was the very first video game television series by Sci-Fi and Tryon World that shot several years ago, where every week there was a new episode of the show that actually was based on the players in the game. And they live adapted the script with the show. So it was a game and a show simultaneously. And we all know with Star Wars, back when Lucas ran Lucasfilm and ILM, they had crossovers between Lucas Interactive and ILM back when the Clone Troopers were CG, for example, the CG background in episode 2, episode 3. I'm wondering how much more integration is going to happen in the near future, especially since Weta has now set up here in Vancouver. We have EA here in Vancouver. Ubisoft was out in Montreal and Toronto, and Ubisoft feature films were starting to be made. There was a lot of talk, and it hasn't really materialized as much. I know Nintendo and Illumination have been working together, and supposedly art assets may have been shared there as well. But how much do you think we're going to integrate in the future where maybe we'll be shooting live cutscenes for video games or shooting live for animation studios like Daniel was talking about? Do you think that our industries as a creative are going to amalgamate more and that we're going to be doing a lot more crossovering? That I might be ADing for a video game, for example?
Yeah, or the assets, I think, is probably the biggest overlap, that, you know, the video game assets might literally be able to be used to some degree on the wall. Any Daniel maybe, or anyone you want to talk about sort of that cross?
Oh,
Well,
for sure. It's just,
go Daniel.
oh, sure. All I was going to say is that, and I suspect we all sort of share this view that it's just going to keep happening and keep happening because all the tools are now, you know, becoming usable across video games, across TV, across visual effects. You know, if the backbone is similar, you know, I sort of foresee a future, obviously, at some point where we are in effectively, I know it's very trite, but the metaverse, like we're in there. So what is actually happening, how we are engaging is happening in real time. And whether that area is like, you know, how we interpret seeing a news story where we feel like we're literally in Ukraine while there's a war, you know, coverage that's going on, or whether I'm playing a video game, it'll all sort of be, you know, the same sort of environment. But that's obviously a little ways off, but a long way of saying that, yes, I see esports, I see video games, I see VFX, and I see film production all using the same tools. And I obviously, yes, I think that is the future.
Maybe for Joel, one thing you may want to check is a company called Wonder Dynamics. I think it's going to blow you away. They take real-time stuff and they can animate real-time. So I think it's exactly what you're talking about. And on the other hand, it's a bit more technical, but there's a exchange format called USD, and we here have been working with some friends in the gaming business, and they have a game engine that has nothing to do with virtual production. So it's their proprietary game engine. And because of this kind of tech, it's called USD, we're able to take their environment, their scenes, and pull them into our environment. So you can see that as well. So if it's converging, thank you to USD and then AI, which brings the forefront of our capabilities, companies like Wonder Dynamics.
Zach, as we sign off, can I ask a couple of our panelists to just go to the question and answers and see if you guys can type in some answers to this? So like, Dieter, if you could answer Jim's question, that would be amazing. Sonia, if it's not too much heavy lifting, can you try to hit Rock's question? And then Richard or Dan, can one of you guys try to hit Belle's question? Thanks so much, everybody.
Sure,
yeah, Julian, don't kick them off until they can answer the questions. That'd be helpful. Yeah, check out the Wonder Dynamics stuff. It's pretty it's pretty crazy. What, you know, some of the stuff is that they're enabling, and it gives you a sense as to where AI is going to kind of continue to bring down barriers for a lot of this work, and enable, you know, to me, I think a lot of people are scared of it. To me, I'm excited by a lot of that type of stuff because it allows for bigger scope of storytelling with smaller means. So in the past, it was impossible to tell something with massive scope and scale or a CG creature for very low cost. But with AI being able to paint out characters and add in 3D characters with drag and drop ability, it starts to potentially bring those barriers down, which is really exciting for artists. A huge thank you to all the panelists. I know some of you are returning veterans already at this point. I think Richard's he's going to get a free drink soon. He's got his card punched 4 or 5 times now, but thank you guys. It's been really great. Thank you, Heather. It was a spectacular panel, and we're heading into the home stretch to our last panel, which will all be about car comps and how to really kind of bring that all to life. Before we get there, we're going to be showing a video, another interstitial from the Vancouver Virtual Production House. They have something called the Virtual Love Story, which I'm very curious to see. And you guys can continue to answer those questions in the Q&A. And when we come back, so you have however long this interstitial is to answer those questions. So good luck. All right, let's play that video. Thanks, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Thanks a lot.
Back to 1.
Awesome. That was great. What isn't great is I completely messed up on my end and didn't write down the bios of our next moderators. So I'm going to have to bring them in and have them introduce themselves, which is entirely my fault. But we have Daniel and Angus who are coming in to moderate this amazing panel. And let's bring them in now. And Daniel, how are you doing?
Here I am. Hello.
Great to see you.
So I'll pull my bio
for me. Yeah, please tell me all about yourself because I forgot to write down your bio. And Angus,
sure, hold on, I have it written down, and I can introduce Angus as well, if you'd like.
Great.
Nice.
No problem.
That's the greatest prank of all time, forcing someone to write a bio about themselves and then making them introduce themselves after.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. So Daniel Shaw, last name pronounced Shaw. I put that in parentheses for you guys. President, Virtual Production House Vancouver. Daniel Shaw is a Los Angeles and Vancouver-based filmmaker whose credits include episodic series commercials and independent feature films. As a member of the DGA and the WGA, Daniel brings nearly 2 decades of motion picture production experience to VPW's Vancouver. Daniel has directed interior car dialogue scenes from, let's see, from follow cars, from while sitting on the freezing open air back of a process trailer, and while lying on the dirty rear floor of a picture car, the indignity of it, right? But these are all experiences that no director ever needs to go through again, thanks to the advent of virtual car process. and
Awesome.
joining us
I couldn't have
today.
said that better than myself. I should have been doing this all along.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and if it was Angus, that would be great.
Sure. Angus Luke Ramsey, Head of Business Operations at Virtual Production House Vancouver. Angus arrived in the virtual production space by way of live event production and large format LED wall supply. In 2020, he started planning to make an events-based LED wall company into a viable supplier of VP solutions, eventually meeting Daniel Shaw and helping to establish VP House Vancouver. As head of business ops at VP House Vancouver, Angus creates and refines business processes, conducts market analyses, and helps to craft and execute the strategic vision of the company. All of that is true.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Well, you guys are going to give us a big download and help talk about just specifically car comps, which is, I think, is a really great topic because it's probably where most directors and filmmakers are going to kind of first interact with virtual production, because it's where sort of the difficulty of doing it in one way and the ease of doing it the other and the costs sort of overlap in a really great way. So take it away, and we'll be back for some Q&A in a little bit.
I believe there's a video that will cue that someone at DGC has. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully it plays. It looked like it was about to play. So I'll go ahead and fill some gap. But because it's a Sunday and we're all on spring break, and we knew we were going to be giving this panel, we pre-taped a 10-minute behind the scenes sort of educational bit with the help of a line producer friend of ours, Amanda Verhagen, and that it's about 10 minutes. And oh, here it comes. I'm not hearing anything.
Don't have any audio on that one, Julian.
Okay.
You could just do all the ADR live.
House Vancouver today to check out their interior cars.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amanda Verhagen. I'm a line producer in town, as well as the owner-operator of Notable Studios. I'm here at Virtual Production House Vancouver today to check out their interior car system. Let's go.
Hey.
Amanda.
Daniel.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks for coming today.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, welcome to Virtual Production House. We're going to show you how we do virtual car process with our Int car system.
Amazing. I'm super excited.
Absolutely. Come on in.
So how do you actually get the car in here?
Great question. So first thing we do is we have the picture car delivered in the parking lot, and then we drive it in through one of our 2 oversized grade loading doors. The car has to stop and shut off because we cannot have it driving very close to our equipment. But then once it's in the stage, we roll these car jacks under it, and we jack the car up off of the ground, and then that way we can just push it manually into position in the volume wherever we need it. And for the rest of the shoot, our crew, you will see them up and rotating the car, adjusting it, fine-tuning it here and there, and just making sure that it's exactly the right camera position.
And then what about gear? Because, you know, we've got all this great stuff here. Do I need to bring all of my own stuff? Like, do you provide some things? How does that work?
So our studio offers the LED curve, the LED ceiling that goes up and down, as well as the mobile wall right there that rolls around. Production needs to bring their own camera package, their own grip package, and if you want, you can bring the lighting package as large or small as you need. We have had clients come in here shooting 3 cameras with 1 picture car, and it's sped up their process immensely because they're able to get 3 different angles, but each camera operator basically tells us exactly where they want their picture window, and then we put it where they want it, and then roll camera, and then usually 1 or 2 takes on that side before flipping the car around. So what we're going to do today is we're going to shoot a bunch of car shots that would normally be shot on a process trailer or with hard mounts, and we're going to show you how we would do them indoors on our LED stage using our Int car system. As you can see, we've got the car loaded up on the stage. It's facing to the right of the LED. So from this position, we can get a bunch of different shots and block shoot a bunch of angles all at once, including single of the driver, through the windshield. We can get profile of the driver. We can even get a kind of shot that you can't get on a process trailer, a dollying shot from the rear passenger to the driver, both in profile. We even have a wind machine going on this shot so that you can see that the driver's hair is moving around. It really adds a little bit of feel to the shot and makes it feel more real. And we can also get a very classic Pulp Fiction raking two-shot of the driver and passenger driving along the road. Don't text while driving, Amanda.
I'm not texting. It's fine. It's fine.
And so after we shoot out that side, then now we can rotate the car so that now the car is facing away from the LED volume. And we bring in our mobile rolling wall, and now we can shoot a frontal two-shot of driver and passenger. This is also a great angle for a sort of taxi driver type of shot with a character in the rear passenger seat, as well as a driver in the front seat.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
We'll get there when we get there.
Now that we've shot out the facing forward side of the car, we are going to spin the car 180 degrees. So now the nose of the car is facing into the volume. And from here, we're going to do a couple pretty cool shots. We're going to get a mirror shot of the driver's face while the car is driving along. We can also now position the camera inside of the car in order to get a different type of mirror shot. This is something that you see in Taxi Driver or in a movie like Drive. And what is the most important to see in the character always? It's always important to see the eyes. And so we use the rear view mirror to really focus on the eyes of the character. And because we have the ability to position driving plate windows pretty much anywhere on the curve, you can also do some cool camera moves inside the car. For instance, you could go from facing forward to the driver's eyes in the mirror, and then he dramatically turns around to say something to his passenger. And of course, the very classic shot from any car scene, the French over of the driver. It's just such a great backlit shot where, you know, you get just a hint of the character, and then when they turn, then you react to them and you really feel them and you feel like you're in the car with them. We study car shots a lot around here, and one shot that we're super fond of is a shot from The Dark Knight where the Joker has stolen a police car and his whole body's out the window and he's driving and he's just sort of cruising around the street and the wind's blowing in his hair, and so we think it'd be really fun to try and recreate that shot.
Vegas! I'm here! City of Sin. More like the city of Amanda. In terms of the actual driving plates, like where do I find those? Do I need to go ahead and shoot those? Like, do you provide them? How does that work?
There's a couple different ways to do it. You could definitely shoot your own driving plates, but of course that requires a lot of planning and additional shooting time on your end. What we recommend to our clients is that you purchase your driving plates from online driving plate libraries. There's a couple different companies out there that do this. Probably the biggest and most well-known is drivingplates.com.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that, yep.
And then we also work with another company called Video Plates and Backings, and they also provide really great plates. And purchase it, request it from them, and then they can send it directly to us. And then we load it up onto our system and get it up on the wall.
I love how you can see everything above you, around you. It's like, it's incredible. How does this differ from when you do it on green screen?
Great question. So obviously another way to do car process without having to get on a process trailer is to do it at a green screen stage. The downside of doing car process on green screen is that you don't get any of this light interplay off of the actor, off of the windows, off of the mirrors. And that's really the element that sells virtual car process as being real. Luckily with our system, the in-car system, we are able to position video windows exactly where you want them. And so we'll be able to get the Planet Hollywood Casino, which is coming right up there, that light playing off really well off of me. And then when you go past the Aria over there, then all those Bellagio lights and everything will play off of you. And at the same time, if the windows are up, then you get all the reflections off the window. So it really makes it feel like there's a world on the other side of the cameras. It's possible to do a lot of the lighting adjustments with the LED only. Our in-car system has the ability to not only control brightness, but we can also position softboxes anywhere we want on our screens in order to provide a little bit of additional fill light, a little bit of additional light for edge lights or eye lights or things like that. In fact, today, as you saw when we were shooting, there were times when our DP said, "Oh man, I need to go grab a light in order to get a little bit of eye light in there." And our technicians who are operating the in-car system, they hear this and then they immediately start tapping the keys, and a little softbox suddenly appears, and everyone turns around and says, "Oh yeah, that'll work too."
So let's say I'm a producer who's trying to do, a virtual car process for the first time. How much would this cost compared to doing it practically? What elements would I need to think about?
It's interesting. We get a lot of questions about, what is the exact cost comparison between doing practical car process and doing it here. And it's kind of difficult to do an exact comparison because, as you know, every movie is different in terms of the size of the crew, the size of the package that they carry. What I can tell you is that by doing car process virtually on an LED stage like ours, there's no base camp, there's no permits required, there's no police required for ITC. You don't need lead cars and follow cars. It's very comfortable for your cast and crew because the director doesn't have to be sitting in the follow car watching on a monitor, listening on a remote while trying to direct the actors at the same time. The resets are very easy because if somebody's mic slips or their costume's not right, you don't have to drive everyone back to base camp and get them out of the car. You just open the door and the actor steps out and HMU comes over and just does their adjustment and you get back in and you're ready to go. Communication between the director and the actor is also much, much easier because the director is literally only feet away from the actor.
How many dialogue pages do you think you can do in a day?
At least 8 pages a day. I think this is something really important that we want to educate the film production community about. Having been a writer on shows that shoot here in Vancouver, we were always told, oh, if you have a car scene in there, don't make it too long. And the reason we were told don't make it too long is because it's going to get too expensive and it takes too long. I think it's really interesting that now technology has gotten to a point where, no, actually, this is not the thing that takes the longest. In fact, this is now the safest thing that you can do. And once this technology starts to be more widely adopted and more employed by everybody and understood by everybody, I think we're going to see that studios, production departments might be telling the showrunners and might be telling the writers themselves to say, okay, you know what? You don't have enough car pages in this scene because you have all these exterior walk and talks and you're shooting in Vancouver and it might rain, it might snow, or some crazy thing might happen. This could be your cover set now.
Is there a way to train the directors and make sure that they're comfortable with this process because they've been doing the other way of it for so long?
One of the things we're doing right now is in fact shooting this behind the scenes video to show how our in-car process works. We want to educate the filmmaking community of Vancouver. We want to get more people in here to make them aware that this is something that is within reach for you guys. And not only is it within reach for you guys, it actually makes your day much faster. You can get so much more coverage doing it this way, get better shots, and it'll still look and feel great. And that's the goal of what we're doing.
Awesome. That video was great. Although Amanda stole all my questions. So now, now we're gonna have to really come up with some hard-hitting questions to learn from you guys. But yeah, that was super helpful. There was a few people asking about if they can get access to that video. You're gonna be sharing it soon, is that right? You're muted there, Daniel.
Hey, sorry, technical difficulty. Yes, we had to log it quickly to get ready to show today, but we're going to be posting it on our YouTube channel, VP House. So that'll be posted later this week, and we will post an announcement to that on our Instagram, which is at vphouse.ca.
Awesome. I was able to come up with 3 questions, but while I'm asking those, anyone else who wants to ask, please raise your hand. Please put questions into the Q&A box. We've already answered the first one, which was, is the video available? A few questions I had. I know when I was looking into drivingplates.com, there's sort of a pretty wide variety of locations, but there's also a wide variety of quality. And when I was looking at them, I was sort of heard that some of them are good, some of them are bad. When it comes to driving plates, that you either record yourself or download, what are the things to look for to make sure that they'll actually work?
Absolutely. So with an online library like drivingplates.com, you're correct. They've been around for a long time. They're the biggest player out there. And so they do have quite a large library. What I found is actually helpful is you just email them Their principal, Steve, is extremely, and his staff are extremely responsive. If you just send them an email saying, I'm shooting this type of scene and we're going to be projecting it on an LED, they'll get back to you within within a few hours and say, with some recommendations to specific links, because like all filmmakers, they have an encyclopedic knowledge of everything that they've shot. And so it's easy for them to just sort of pull up a few different links and send it your way. And then you can choose from those, and sort of you get the little preview window. But the preview window is pretty good, and it tells you the vintage of it too. It tells you what year it was shot, and the year it was shot usually gives you a very good indication of what the resolution is and whether or not the color data holds up.
Are there any like sci-fi libraries, like sci-fi driving library.com, or like stuff that isn't necessarily just actual footage?
That's a very good question. So that we haven't come across that question yet in terms of driving scenes. Yeah, it would make perfect sense if you were doing maybe a period piece, right? And you would need some sort of period driving piece, but then that requires period cars everywhere and period signage. I think that would probably end up being a VFX job. But yeah, that seems like an interesting thing for us to explore.
For I know that there are some shows, I can't remember what we were talking about the other day, some TV shows that have that period problem, and they build period streets in Unreal. Are you guys doing just footage on your walls, or doing Unreal as well for any type of stuff like that?
Right. So at VP House Vancouver, we are capable of doing both. In the preceding short that came out, Virtual Love Story, that was something that we shot in December of last year, as right before we were coming to market. And that was very much the purpose of that was to put our team through the paces and get us switching from Unreal to video and video playback back and forth. And so what you saw there was 2 video environments and 3 Unreal environments. And yes, we're capable of servicing all the wide variety of it. What we think is probably going to be the case in cities like Vancouver is that, the majority of production happening in Vancouver is, U.S. service work, a lot of it, MOWs, commercials, things that have a little more budget challenged nature. And we want everyone to know that, that virtual production has a very wide definition. And we've spent 2 days listening in on a lot of different conversations, talking about a lot of the very high-tech applications of virtual production. However, we got to remember that a lot of filmmakers, we're just trying to get it done, right? We're just trying to make the day. We see the scene slug and we say to ourselves, how are we going to do that? How are we going to get this 6-page driving shot? It's February, it's March, it's about to rain, it's going to rain. And the answer is, don't have to do it outside. You can do it indoors and use the same technology that that a lot of the bigger budget projects use.
And when you're shooting these shots, I'm sure there's a level where it looks fake and there's a level where it looks amazing. What are the little tips and tricks that you've learned as you've been doing them, that like camera movement or shaking the car, but I'm sure there's others that really sell the illusion, that make it go from, I can kind of tell that's a screen, to I'm totally fooled. Like, what are the little pro tips that you've learned along the way?
I think that probably the best way to sell that LED car process is real is by using every layer that you can between the camera and the LED volume. And by which, what I mean by that is the brain of the viewer knows the geometry of a car. Cars are, I think, one of the perfect applications of VP, because we've all been in a car. We've all spent hours driving around as children with in the back seat. We've all spent hours driving around the front seat, in the passenger seat, and we know exactly what the world of a car is. And so the car naturally provides all the 3D elements you need, right? It provides the frame, this frame within a frame. It provides the background, so everything behind the driver. If you're shooting a profile shot of the driver, then there's the driver's side door of them. It provides the midground, the driver themselves sitting there, and it provides the foreground element, which is the passenger side door. And as long as you use all 3 elements of for depth, then you can sell that. And if you have a great reflection playing off the passenger side window because it's closed, then that adds an even greater level of depth, because now you're seeing into the world that is behind the camera, and all of that tells the brain, oh yeah, this is a real world thing. We're really there. And that's, in my opinion, that's what really sells it, and that's what makes it work.
I mean, another layer that I can imagine, I don't know if you've tried it, is rain, like seeing water on the windows kind of blowing past, or windshield wipers. Is that something that is possible with the proximity to the wall?
Yes, with a proper planning and strong SPFX team, then yes, it's definitely possible. I think that there are certain degrees that need to be discussed, including just how much rain. And we've figured out ways that you can actually use less rain, but make it look like more. And by using not only wind, but also modifying the video playback plates in such a way to make that possible. Obviously, what you saw with the video you just saw was a lot of very clean windows, but I've been watching, a lot of different things online, getting references, and sometimes a dirty window actually is really nice too, because it's just more, it just feels more realistic, right? That somebody would be driving around in a dirty car, or that they have the streaks from the wiper, right? And so it provides it makes it even more claustrophobic. And so I think that's a great way of doing it too.
Awesome. And I don't want Daniel to hog all the answers, so Angus, get in there with with your insights as I'm going to bring in Rock, who has a question. Rock, go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah, great. This has been fantastic all day. Wow. I'm actually coming back into virtual production after 20 years. I'm actually doing training at Sheridan for 3 months, which is just absolutely fantastic. So it's nice to be back with you folks and seeing the updates. So, but my question is, so I've noticed a lot of camera pans are slow, or at least the ones that I've seen. Is this a function of the LED panels and processors and the real-time rendering engine for Parallax can't keep up, at least for today, or is that just the creative?
Great question. Every tech is a little bit different, but from virtual production house, on your stages that you have both in Vancouver and Toronto, what's been your experience with fast panning?
Angus, you want to take this? Or you want me to?
Well, I think from a directorial perspective, you're well positioned, but just from a technological perspective, so the LED wall product that we have is custom designed with a faster scan rate than most of its predecessors. And our experience is that it holds up. We are at 60 FPS or 60 Hertz rather. And if you're shooting at 24, then you won't have any problems with your pans. The problems, Rock, that you might be referring to, they often come when people want to push the frame rate higher. And then you can get some artifacts or some wearing. But our experience is that it's possible to pan quickly.
Wow. Thank you. That's great. It's a question I've had for a while, so I really appreciate it.
We did some cool on the event we did in Vancouver in 2021. One of the films used a lot of like handheld and kind of moving around, and the camera system is able to track where the camera is, and the wall was able to update. But it kind of depends on the vendor, so that's always something to kind of ask depending on the stage that you're on. But great question.
Yeah.
And very
one thing that I should add, sorry, real quickly about that is that a lot of it too has to do with your virtual art department. So when you talk about whether the real-time engine can keep up, that's going to depend on your hardware, but at the same time, depending on how your artist has built out the scene. So a lot of Unreal artists that are trained in video games or animation or virtual production, not on LED volume, they just build their scenes a little too textured and too intense. So what we do is, once again, back to the planning of all the shots. Well, we know where we're going to see, and everything else we kind of strip down. If the camera's not going to see it, we reduce complexity or detail, and that allows the vast majority of the computing power and the GPU power to be focused on that inner frustum. So when that moves, if it's moving along predetermined lines where we know the detail is there and it's going to have to render it out quickly, then that's also going to aid in your process for those quick pans.
Great. Yeah, thank you for giving that detail. Going into some of the Q&A questions here, but please everyone, please raise your hand if you want to make sure your question gets answered. And Jolly was asking about what are the specs for like driving plates that you would record yourself? Like, I know that there's a few vendors in town that have camera arrays that you can rent, or they'll shoot them for yourself. But if you were to try and get driving plates for yourself, what would be the best, process of doing that?
Right. So great question. So the existing driver plate libraries, when you look at their preview plates, what you'll notice is that they all have 9 angles. And so if you're going to shoot your own plate, and you want the greatest flexibility for shots, then what you probably need is to obtain, rent, build, however you want to do it, a camera array with multiple angles. The 9 angles that a typical set of driving plates has is a forward, rear, driver side, passenger side, the corners, the 45-degree corners, as well as one camera pointing straight up. And the reason that you have the one camera pointing straight up is to capture everything overhead, whether that's tall buildings or trees or clouds. And then those are the ones that play back on the ceiling panel, ceiling LED. And then those are the ones that really sort of sell the windshield and front of the hood reflections that make it feel like you're in the city. And then, a character can be driving in New York and be looking up, and you'll sort of see what it is that they're looking at, which is really nice. Obviously, shooting your own requires getting that rig and possibly syncing up 9 different angles, but yeah, definitely possible. I would say that making sure that you're shooting at whatever the highest frame rate that you want in order to record afterwards, and then making sure that your lens height is where you want it to be. This is actually a very interesting aspect of driving plates. So the majority of driving plates that exist on a library are shot from a roof mounted rig for a car, and that naturally puts the camera position a little bit higher than it would be if you were actually in the car with the driver, especially if the driver is in a sedan. Yeah,
you'd be looking down at the cars next to you, basically.
Yes, exactly. And so when the cars go by to the other side of you, generally you're a little bit high. And so I think this is actually important for maybe production departments to know about, transport departments to know that you're better off putting your actors in a picture car that is higher off the ground. For instance, an SUV, luckily, most cars on the road these days are higher off the ground, in order to just get the best angle that you can of the road itself, as well as of everything going by. So yeah, that's the height of the camera is actually really important, and it's one of the things that we work most on whenever we're shooting a in-car scene on our stage, because we spend a lot of time making sure that the horizon line is correct, or at least looks good enough that it works for the scene and for the picture car.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Are there any other limitations that come to mind, just in general, for this type of process? That, like, are there any situations where you wouldn't recommend using this, and you would recommend someone going out into the real world and shooting it? Like, where is the kind of break point there?
The break point comes to when when in story you need to see somebody going in and out of a location that is essential to the story itself, and then moving from that location to the car. And so for that, usually at the budget level that a lot of Vancouver shows work at, what you would probably do is you'd probably just set up a camera on the road, drive the picture car up, have the actor run out of that location, get in the car, and then now you're into the plate scene of it. Generally speaking, when you watch a lot of scripted stuff these days, especially episodics, you'll notice that it's, movies are very dreamlike. You don't usually see how somebody got into the car, or why or when they got out of the car, unless it's for a story specific reason. And so for the most part, you can get away with just joining a scene in media res, right, and just being there while they're in the middle of the conversation and on their way to someplace. So I don't see it necessarily as a limitation, but you should be thinking about it from every point of pre-production, from the writing to the editing itself, and saying, yeah, how is it that this scene fits in with everything else?
That makes sense. Yesterday we saw a really great sequence, I don't know if you saw it, that Versatile did with a car crash, using a bolt as well as hydraulic systems underneath the wheels that mirrored the environment that the car was actually going over. Is there any gear like that you guys have access to, or vendors that you're connected with, or if someone needed that type of stuff, where those type of hydraulic systems or whatever, is that how would they go about getting it?
Well, first of all, they'd have to have a lot of money. And then we would also need to charge a lot of money for that. I think that was a great demo. I loved it, and I think it's amazing. If only we all had the ability to be able to dream big and do stuff like that. But no, so all kidding aside, I think that I and a lot of people that I've worked with, we've all spent majority of our careers working at a certain budget level and just being used to creatively solving problems. Like, we don't have the toys to do a full car crash where the car flips over and everything. But so what do we do instead? We figure out ways. We cut to black with the sound, and then we come back and somebody has crashed, and it's great and it works. And sometimes it's
jumping on the pipe at the back of the car.
Exactly. Kids jumping on the pipe at the back. So, filmmaking is always about solving a problem. The first problem being you've decided to make a movie. And so it's everything that we're doing is trying to help solve those problems, like solve the problem of not only as we showed in our 2-minute thing, the location problem, like how do you shoot an exterior rooftop on a budget, right? You don't have to do it outside anymore. You can do it inside the stage, where you don't have to deal with freight elevators and safety and roof loads, right? So, but you can also get really great looking car scenes, $1 million looking car scenes, without breaking your budget. And the technology is available and within reach of pretty much everybody that works in Vancouver.
Speaking of Vancouver, one of the questions Mars had is, can the virtual production house in Toronto also do car process stuff? Is there any, I think maybe the question behind the question here is there something that makes a virtual production stage a car process stage, or is it basically any virtual production stage can be a car process stage, basically?
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. So the thing that makes a virtual production stage a car process stage is just having integrated video playback capabilities into the system. So in an earlier version of the business plan, virtual production houses, Toronto and Vancouver, were not set up for a car process, but it's something that we identified really early on as an important component of what we all see as the necessary amount of education that's going to go into getting VGC members and clients of all types into the virtual production space. So we realized it was important and set to work in designing a system that could do car process. And to that end, you'll hear Daniel or myself mention quite frequently the int-car system. And aside from there, any virtual production studio could also do car process. And people have been doing car process with LED walls for significantly longer than anyone has ever heard of the Mandalorian. Didn't used to be that good because you couldn't get as close to the screen because the pixel pitch wasn't low enough back in the mid 2010s. But to that end, even with a really high resolution and pixel pitch, other people that are not a virtual production house, Vancouver or Toronto, doing car process with LED walls do not have our system. And our system is, aside from and it's some additional proprietary hardware that we designed in-house, it's a set of tools and workflows that have been developed by Amir in Toronto and Daniel as filmmakers and production specialists that make the system really efficient and make it so the directors don't need to know that much about shooting car process or anything about shooting on a volume to walk into our set, understand how to get the shots that they're going to need, and do that quickly and efficiently and maximize that hours on the stage, which increases efficiency, which speaks to how we're comparable in cost to doing it the traditional way. So that system, those tools are available in both Toronto and Vancouver.
Awesome.
Yeah, and sorry, just to add to that, I just want to point out that, while I live in awe of all the VFX knowledge that we've heard from over the past couple of days. And the thing is this, at least at VP House Vancouver, we do have very smart technical people. I am not one of them. I come from production specifically. And as well as my colleague Amir in Toronto, he comes from production, has been producing for a long time, and I think that what the strength that gives us is that we are able to speak to people coming from production, right? People who don't necessarily come in understanding everything about Unreal, or understanding everything about in-display, or understanding everything about parallax. We are here to really give regular filmmakers, access to these incredible tools in order to help them make their day, get home to their families faster, and come out with a great looking project.
Yeah. A few more interesting questions. Please, everyone, raise your hands. This is your last chance, our last panel of the weekend, to get your face here on our stream and for our videos, for perpetuity, for the many ages to come. When people look back to this moment, your face will be on the video if you raise your hand. So let's get those hands raised. One interesting question, I think it's probably obvious, but it's worth asking. Jay was asking, have you ever shot with film? Is there any reason you couldn't shoot with film in this process? Using virtual
That's a really good
production
question. No, we've never, so we, at least at Vancouver, have never brought a film camera onto the stage. I think that it could be done. I mean, I would say that you'd want to have a video tap, at least, recording separate, because it's hard to tell if the frame sync is going to be right with a film camera. Even if you're shooting 24 frames and we lock it at 24 frames, we lock our video playback at 24 frames, you might be catching something in between frames. With digital cameras, we can gen lock it, and we can sync the camera directly to the system, the playback system. But yeah, that'd be an interesting idea.
I know, I was thinking the same thing. You don't want to be capturing the sort of refresh rate of the screen but it's definitely really interesting. Let's see here. What other questions we got? The one Ben was asking about, can you sort of mask or track areas on the video plates to composite in later? So I think maybe that's sort of the idea of where sometimes when you're doing virtual production, you actually put up a green card within the frustum that you track, and then comp stuff in later, but you're still getting the reflections generated on the windshields. Is that something that you guys have done?
So with green screen, well, okay, let's back up a little bit. So for the most part, when it comes to car stuff, we're talking about working with clients who are at a certain budget level and working on a certain schedule where they're not trying to add to their post VFX workflow. And so I see VFX, in-camera VFX, is really the big advantage that we can offer. And for the most part, if you're able to bring the high quality plate that comes at the right frame rate and it's color graded to your specifications, then you can capture exactly what you need in camera. I would think that if you wanted specifically some sort of green screen in the backdrop, but you wanted a reflection on the foreground, then that would probably require having video playback on the camera side LED. But then, yes, we are perfectly capable of putting up a digital green screen in the back. One shortcoming of green screen is that you cannot get the foreground reflections and the sort of light interplay that comes from the interactive lighting of the LED screen.
Yeah, I think another thing about, sorry, Zach, another thing about that question is, in the case where you're adding in VFX in post, yes, we can project a green inner frustum on the wall in Unreal. And then how that works is that you're layering an Unreal environment and Unreal post workflows over top of what you shot in real time. For that to work with practical plates, I mean, theoretically, I guess we can still generate the same time code. We have the hardware to generate the time code that you need to do that using Unreal, but you would then, I guess, need to be manipulating the video plates themselves in order to layer and for it to work. Otherwise, you're sort of trying to work with two systems, and it's not any different than just, rotoing stuff in the traditional way.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's really interesting. We got two brave souls here. Syed, go ahead. What's your question?
Yeah, again, this is Syed from India. So typically it's good morning, 3 in the morning, basically. So I have a very typical question.
You keep calling us at 3 in the morning. I love your dedication. It's great.
Thank you so much. So my question is, like when it comes to the virtual production, so the two questions are there. So when we are working on a virtual screen with the loop video, and an actor is acting in front of it, so how you manage the exact time codes or the TC, which we call as first. Second thing, just like I saw in the video that the crew was handling the car and giving it a bump kind of environment. But when we are shooting on a rough surface, or we want to show our viewer that this is a rough surface, then do we have then any kind of assets or equipments which is with sync with the screen? And is it possible that we can sync all this thing automatically?
Yeah, two great questions. So how do you make sure that the video loop doesn't loop right in the middle of when someone's talking and you're shooting is probably the first question.
Right.
Yeah. So yes, that's a great question. So typically, most of these driving plates you purchase from a library are about 2 minutes long, and I think they make them that length because, well, I guess that's probably just the general length that most car dialogue scenes go. However, there are sometimes you look at the plate itself and you read the number on it. And then if you were to, from the library, go to the next number in the next library asset in that sequence with the next number, then that's a plate that picks up immediately after the previous one. And like, for instance, if it was 1001 that you were watching and you knew that your car scene, your dialogue scene is 4 minutes long, then you would probably look at 1001 and then look immediately at 1002, and then you could probably get both of those plates, and then you could probably marry them together before bringing them onto the stage. So that's part of it. I think Syed's question was also about making sure that you could pick up a line of dialogue from a certain spot. That's a question about script supervision, as well as communication between departments. So a lot of times with the driving plate, because you can see it, because it's not green screen, you can see it. You could say, oh, I really liked when character A said this particular thing and the gas station was passing by. And then so you as a filmmaker would talk to the script supervisor and say, hey, when did that line happen? And we would know that, okay, it happened when the gas station went by. And so, hey, let's pick it up from where that line, and then you go to back to the video operator at our brain bar and say, hey, we want to pick it up from there. It was a gas station going by. Can you cue it up from 10 seconds before that spot? And all of that's very easy to do within the system. Much better than driving around the block again and then trying to line up, right before the gas station happens. And then the other question was about bumps.
Syncing the shaking.
Right. So interestingly, I think that we're thinking about it we're thinking about it a little bit differently than how it actually happens in the real world. In the real world, if you're driving down a real bumpy road, the world doesn't move. Only the car moves, right? So what you would probably want to do in that case is you put a hard mount on the picture car in the LED. You just play the plate. But then you need to work out a way with your transpo team and your SPFX team so that when the car bumps, what you feel is the character is going like this, but the character is going like this is in relation to the world staying flat, which is what is really happening in the world. And so, yeah, I think that, for the most part, when people shoot car dialogue scenes, it's generally a pretty flat road. There are times when, the car breaks down or there's someone driving really badly, like stepping on the brake and the gas at the same time. And so you would probably have to find ways to manipulate the car in order to make that performance possible.
Awesome.
One thing I'd like to add to that real quick is just that, and this is something, this is going to be true for virtual car process and all forms of virtual production with Unreal, is there's a, you have a tendency to want to see like, well, can it do this really complicated thing? Or what if this thing happens? And you'd be looking for it and you'd say, aha, that's a moment where they, it breaks the illusion or whatever. But the reality is when we're watching movies, we're not really paying attention to that stuff very much. So it takes sort of, you have to really kind of screw it up for it to not just be believable, because your brain is already filling in all the parts, the car's bumping, the people are talking, the gas station's outside the window. I mean, if you turn the screen off and on really quickly, yeah, people would notice that, but really like, hairline split second stuff, you can usually just do what you would do anyway, which is cheat.
Yeah, definitely. You can get away with a lot. One of my favorite things to shoot is PMP because it's such a magic trick between rocking the camera, rocking the car, having people go like this in front of the lights.
Yeah.
It's so much fun. It's like the ultimate smoke and mirrors. Nader, what is your question?
Hey guys, thank you so much. It's not actually a question. I just wanted to drop a quick note to say thank you for the amazing panel discussion on virtual production. You guys are seriously talented, and I found that entire session to be incredibly helpful. My name is Nader. I'm a virtual production specialist here in Toronto. And from yesterday, I'm seeing more more generative leaders in the industry. My background from filmmaking, and I'm getting more and more for virtual production, and it's really amazing to see how the industry is coming through a lot, and hope the best for you all. Thank you.
Great. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Yeah, it's been a really powerful weekend. And over to Ray. What is your question?
Oh, yeah, I was just wondering, so in terms of the so what we have seen so far is pretty much locked off shots of the exterior. When are we, I mean, what I'm asking is basically interactive exteriors where the performers are reacting to the exterior, I don't know, earthquakes happening, buildings falling, or car chases where you can see the car in the rear view mirror. How much of that is that cost effective to just shoot it practically? I'm talking like, are we able to do the car chase from Drive virtual in here, or is that still cost effective to just do it on like as a production rather than in a virtual production set, chase scene specifically?
Great question.
Hey Ray, thanks for that question. I think that's there's a lot to discuss there. I think that when it comes to chase scenes, one way or another, if it's an action movie, one way or another, you're probably going to wind up on public streets, and you're probably going to have to close some streets for public safety, right? So if any character's car is going to be zipping and zooming and swerving around, then that's permits and that's time. In which case, if you're going to do that, you might as well get some actual shots of actor in the car doing some of that turning. Like, so Vin Diesel, he's in that car and he's driving and he's doing the spin. However, they would probably also get a camera car shooting a lot of the same action that they're doing, so that they can bring that footage back onto the LED stage at a later date in order to pick up like the insert of Vin Diesel's eyes, as he's doing the crazy move, or of his hand on the gear shift, with all the interactive lighting that they need, because action movies take a lot of time. Action shooting anything involves a lot of different departments, and so yeah, I think that that would probably be a combination of both practical as well as virtual car process.
Yeah, and then it seemed like Ray was saying, but that he was sort of mentioning that when you're outside the car, you can't move, but you can move the camera when you're outside the car for the stuff you're doing, right?
Yes, exactly. No, and I think in that video we did show that there were some dolly moves, pretty simple stuff, but dolly moves that could get you into a scene for instance, a camera coming over the hood, sometimes off of the logo of the car into the front windshield, so you can see the driver. You can dolly around from frontal to profile view, and you can get camera movement that you couldn't otherwise get on a process trailer due to safety and space restrictions.
And have you done any other types of vehicles like airplanes, motorcycles, submarines? Like what are the what else can we do here?
I think that we would, first of all, we'd love to do a submarine. Can you get us a submarine? We'd love to
I
do
do
that.
know there's quite a bit of submarines in Vancouver, actually. I've shot on quite a few of them.
Nice. Okay, we'll talk some more later.
I mean, yeah, a lot of it was those like hard shell like scuba suits too were like invented in North Van. There's a lot of and they have like all these, just because I did an episode featuring a submarine, there's a submarine graveyard in Vancouver filled with old submarines that you can go to, basically like a junkyard for submarines. There's some pretty cool stuff in there.
Mm-hmm. Cool. No, we would love to do, we've explored and worked out all the logistics of doing airplane scenes, pretty easy to get if it was normal passenger plane type of stuff, pretty easy to set up half of an airplane to shoot out the window, and if somebody looking out, you could do airplane cockpit with the reflections coming off the pilot's windshield. We could do bicycles, motorcycles, convertibles, all those types of moving vehicles are really great for exactly this type of thing.
Awesome. Jason, what's your question?
Hey guys, it's Rowdy here. I was just wondering if there's a scenario for like alternative camera choices, something like, I can imagine like Sean Baker with his iPhone features, if that was something that is possible, or is it more like commercial camera choices only,
Yeah, can you use any type of camera basically?
Yeah, a lot of times the director on set will, even if they're shooting on like the Airy, they will line up the shot on their iPhone and record, hit record real briefly just to make sure that they're moving it around exactly, showing the DP or showing whatever other department what the shot is, and then they play it back, and it looks great. And so yeah, I think it's definitely possible to shoot on an iPhone,
especially because a lot of the time when you're doing the live plates, you're not doing camera tracking because you're not sort of tracking where the lens is and changing the environment and changing the frustum. So you can it's a lot easier to basically just grab any camera because you're not having to plug it into the tracking system, which is pretty cool. We're about to wrap up here. Yeah, thanks, Rowdy. I just wanted to hear from each of you, like, we've been asking this question, I think, for the last 2 days, which I think is probably my favorite question, but what's been your wow moment or your favorite shot that you've been a part of making using this tech that just, we were hearing about the reflections in the watch earlier today. From the stuff you guys have been working on, what really kind of individual shot or angle blew you away?
We're doing some really interesting stuff all the time. There are commercials that have come through the stage, and there's something that we're working on that's not ours, and it's not full virtual production, but it just looks really cool. And the fact that somebody came up with the idea, came to the stage and say, well, hey, what if we did this? And we looked at it and said, oh yeah, that's amazing. Let's make that happen. I think that there's a lot of application that still needs to be explored. I think that there's some things, with all new tools, we're developing new ways of doing things and new ways of thinking about things. And we're now, as I said in the video, we study driving shots a lot by watching movies that were shot practically. But at the same time, now we're in a world where you're not limited by what you could achieve on the process trailer. And so there are all sorts of different shots that you can see these days. Like there was the season 2 finale of Ted Lasso. At the end of the game, everyone's going home, everyone's sad, and the team owner, I forgot what her name is, but she's driving in the back. She's in the backseat of a chauffeured car, and she's just on the phone like this, light of the phone lighting her face, but cameras outside, and the city, London city lights going by her, and it's a really long take just focused on her, and it was gorgeous. And that's not something that I think anyone would have attempted before the advent of virtual card process. And so we're all finding new ways of getting cool stuff out of this.
Awesome. Angus, for you, any particular wow moments you want to highlight? You're muted. Still muted.
Muted. Sorry, everybody. I was,
No
you didn't miss anything. I was complaining about having to follow Daniel's answer, which was really phenomenal, actually. So I'm going to go with something a little more pedestrian. And I don't know if it was a wow moment, but it was a sort of proof of concept thing when we were shooting the sizzle that everyone saw, Virtual Love Story, and the Old West scene where the camera comes behind him. It's the one with the windmill. You can see the windmill in the background, and you don't really think about it very much. But in that moment, when I realized that, looking at it on the monitor, that I was like, the windmill was playing in the corner of my eye, and just told my brain that I was in the Old West, and I like fully believed it. I didn't realize until that moment, even having, been working on this for a couple of years and putting all this together with Daniel, just how much work our brains are doing in the background to convince us that what we're seeing is real, whether it's watching movies or just like looking at the world. And how in that moment, I just start looking in things in movies that I'm watching in the background, which is, by the way, something, once you start doing it, you realize you've never done it before. You have never looked in the background of a shot in a movie on purpose at all, because you don't, right? And now I find myself just looking for the windmills everywhere that I look and going, I wonder if Unreal Engine would look and it just looks just as good for everything. And it just, I don't know. The whole virtual production situation is totally mind blowing to me. And at the same time, there are things about it, I guess what I'm getting at is that are sort of so simple and elegant. So.
Awesome. Well said. We'll all be looking for our windmills now. It's a very poetic way of going through the world. Thank you guys. This was such a great panel, really great examples. Please share that video online and email us when it's available, because a lot of people are asking for it. I think that's definitely a video people will be sending to their producers or to their PMs, being like, hey, we need to do this instead. I don't want to be on that trailer, like Daniel was saying, lying on the floor of some dirty car. Great info. Thank you so much. I'm just going to wrap up now, do some housekeeping, answering a few of the general things, but you guys can retreat back to the attendee space. Thank you so much to the audience of everyone here who's been watching. We've had hundreds and hundreds of people participate in this weekend, which is remarkable. Thank you so much for showing up and giving us your weekend. The recording of both yesterday and today will be available on the DGC YouTube page, along with many of the other sort of interviews and master classes that we do that are public. If you are a DGC member, we also do lots of private master classes and workshops. We have an incredibly popular one around television directing that we run 2 or 3 times a year. We have an MOW workshop, an independent film workshop that Carl Versailles runs. I run a workshop called How to Pitch, Sell, and Get Hired, all about sort of pitching yourself and taking meetings that are available to a lot of our members. So check that out. We also have the DGC podcast, which rebroadcasts a lot of the amazing talks that we do with filmmakers across the country at film festivals and different events. So please check that out and subscribe to the DGC podcast. We also have a lot of thank yous to get through here of all the different speakers and moderators that have helped out during this whole weekend to give you all this knowledge for free. So please, if you run into any of them, please thank them. I'd also like to thank some of the companies that have really been helping us out here. Pixamundo, William F. White's, Mel's, with their incredible background. They definitely win the gold star of the weekend. Virtual Production House, both in Toronto and Vancouver. ILM, really great to have them involved. Versatile Media and Dark Slope. They've all been just so great to be coming out to give us all this knowledge. We've had some amazing pieces here that have just been really helpful for me, and I'm sure for you to get a sense of where the industry's headed. We'll be doing this again in a year, and I'm sure everything will be completely different. It'll all just be all generated by AI and done on your iPhone by then, but really excited to see where everything's going. I'd like to quickly just thank a lot of the DGC staff that make this possible. Of course, our National Executive Director, Dave Forget, who helps kind of run the guild and pay for all of this. Our National President, Warren Sonoda, who's our elected president, an amazing director himself, for helping organize and create the goodwill amongst all of the members and lead the union in such a strong direction. Hans Engel, who is the National Directors Division Director, he really is the heartbeat of kind of all the events that we run across the country. If you've been to our events in person, you know, please go up to him and shake his hand and thank him for all his hard work and sacrificing all his weekends to us, because he does an amazing job. We have some really great people that are organizing the in-person and the virtual events that we're running for virtual production across the country. We've got Aaron Muslim and Amber Orchard, who are running the Vancouver events that'll be happening in person. Marie-Josée Lachamp and Brandon St-Lajacques, who will be doing the Montreal event. Kim and Kent Robinson, who are doing the Toronto event, as well as organized this entire weekend and made sure that it was running on schedule and brought in all our different panelists. So if you ever run into Kim and Kent Robinson, please give them a huge thank you from us, because they've done an amazing job. And hero of the day, Julian Lung. Probably you have seen his name here. You haven't seen his face, but Julian Lung has been running all of the different slides, bringing people in and out, playing all the different clips, making sure that we haven't skipped a beat. So huge thank you to Julian. He's a rock star. And for all our DGC director members, if you ever need any help with any of our events, if you ever need help knowing what's going on, Julian is a huge resource for you there. So thank you so much for everything. Please follow all your emails for more incredible events like this. And we'll talk soon. Thank you so much.